it's fear. Don't know if I'm numb, but I'm feeling zeros, and I'm typing all ones. I really mean to say black when all the walls are white. I treat myself wrong, and I wanna be treated right. Zeros and ones. Even when the room is low, you need to let it go, not hold so tight that you can stay home and I wanna be treated right.
우티스루 사연から前からサインあサインから俺吸収ない殴って
殴ってる
いやセナ前たわるアジルフレ
俺大丈夫
俺いいやいやアジルプレッシュないアジルエンデワイブあるテンク
俺
今からそろそろ見るか
俺見てもいいルシャンプレイしない前からやるしかない俺
までいける
悪くないめっちゃ勝って俺ちょっと見てバイ
カウントオッケーおーナイスルシャンプレイしないエンド
オッケーナイス
おーナイス
あ
エンド
今日うまいな僕いいよマジナイス俺タイムでキャラクターやとみんな俺が今ライン組んでけここコンティ俺はコンティあれここだ俺大丈夫あオッケーちょっと見てここ見てあれ俺見て잘 공 없어? 내가 잡을게 나이스 이겼다 근데 내가 근데 잘했다 잘했어 너무 됐다 그래 来，挖了。
OK，看一下吧。
透着，
把牌，回来，把牌。我真的，别打了，给我，我去追这个。OK，我站这里，随便追。有吗？有。OK。哎呀，黄色，来，阿们来，我再晕一下好不好？我去追中。
中线好像不能一波哎，
一波吧。哦，再一波吗？
来得及吗
？2个午餐吗？可以双午餐。再来一个，我又到。别一套吧，帮一下，不会死，退回来不？哎，先打，别乱，快点！
哎，我可以推一个，
别害我死，推，哇！还有一个，哎，别插，还有一个，哇，谁啊？我猜的。
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a phase. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love her I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Last time I was in PCS playoffs 2 years ago in Taipei, I came over here and it was very hard to compete. I was practicing in OCE for the whole year, and having to come here and level up to play against the teams was very difficult, and unfortunately we didn't perform very well. But now I'm back in Taipei. I love the city, and I think now we're practicing against good teams. We're working together as a team, and we've really leveled up. I reckon we'll do pretty amazing this split.
当初是没有想要再回来的，只是刚好有这个机会，所以就来了。其实赛区合并整体实力强蛮多的，但是对于第1名来说还是很有信心。对于礼包吗？这个有办第2次的话，记得再买1次。
Can't be without you. I always did the Can't be without you. Always wanted, always in the mood. Do you remember 17? You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. Boy, how wrong I'd be.
One v one side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. Players are only allowed to pick champions from this draft pool. The ban phase is out. No champions will be banned. Only champions from the draft pool can be selected. Each champion can only be picked once per team throughout the entire regular season. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 1v1 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met, when a player is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy's turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes. The winner is decided by first kill or first turret destroyed. And watch out, the ring of fire closes in fast. Fall to it, and your opponent claims victory.
Welcome to a new era of League of Legends in the Asia Pacific region. The 2025 League of Legends Championship Pacific, or LCP, introduces an exciting new format that elevates competition like never before. As the season reaches its peak, teams are divided into the contender and breakout groups based on their mid-season standings. Teams compete in a best-of-3 round-robin with performances resetting the slate. In a group breaker match, lower-ranked contender teams face off against top breakout teams. Winners ascend to the contender group, while losers join the breakout group. Double elimination matches then determine which teams advance to the playoffs. Only the strongest will qualify for Worlds and claim the title of LCP champion. To keep the competition fierce, the LCP introduces a promotion and relegation tournament. Top-performing domestic teams challenge lower-ranked LCP teams for a chance to rise to the elite level.
Throughout the 2025 LCP season, the domestic leagues will be taking place. LJL, PCS, VCS, and other domestic competitions will continue battling for their chance to join the LCP in 2026. The top teams from each league will be included in the promotion and relegation event that takes place in October. The 4 guest teams will have a chance to keep their spot as the regional representative for 2026 by battling the winning team from their home region. Each domestic league will send their champion to fight in the promotion relegation match against the current representative from their league. The LCP Promotion and Relegation Tournament introduces high stakes for guest teams. By the end of the season finals, 2 guest teams may face relegation based on league standings. The first, known as the free-for-all spot, will go to the lowest placed guest team, regardless of their home region. The second, the regional merit spot, considers regional placement. If multiple guest teams share a home region, the lowest ranked among them competes. Otherwise, the second lowest guest team overall will enter the tournament. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. This is what we're made of.
ここに集まったのはそれぞれが力を試し神殿の巫女の力を最もふさわしく扱えるものを決めるためだ。では前置きはこの辺にしてショーダウンを始めよう。ユナーラのパッシブがクリティカルダメージを出した時にこう追加ダメージで魔法ダメージを与えるっていうパッシブなんですけど、序盤はやっぱりクリティカルアイテムを詰めないので中盤とか2コア3コアあたりの後半中盤後半あたりに影響力が出てくるかなというふうに思います。ユナーラのメインスキルが9でスタックを8個貯めないと発動できないっていうスキルなので、ちょっと連戦とかはすごく難しい印象を受けました。
Theo em thấy ấn tượng đầu tiên của em về con tướng Yunaga này thì lối chơi cơ động và
我觉得他的 Q 在对线上应该会占蛮大的优势吧，因为他可以透过扩散来抢兵线。那在下路其实抢线权是下路最重要的工作。
W やばいよ。いかれてるダメージしてる。なんかゼリーの強化版みたいな感じ。
Em nghĩ là chiêu W của Yunaga thì nếu mà ở trạng thái thường thì sẽ phù hợp với ở vị trí ở lane, còn vị trí ở W ở siêu việt ở trạng thái siêu việt thì sẽ phù hợp ở giao tranh.
比较长，好像在放龟外虚攻的感觉。
ユナーラの E が思ったよりも早く動けるし、クールダウンも短いので結構連戦でも積極的に使っていいんじゃないかなっていうふうに感じました。
哎，他们那个
不是
你还在睡觉啊？对啊。
这里来了。啊，这第一个走了吧？啊！哎呦！W。哎，可以直接杀他。
ウルトのダッシュの挙動もすごく速いので、相手からしたらすごいやりづらいだろうなっていうふうには感じます。
我觉得他的大招有点像，就是他把他的3招都强化了。
個人的に感じたのは、ゼリのウルト中かなっていうふうに感じました。W や E のクールダウンも解消されて Q が15秒間持続で発動するので，
对，他就是开了大来配合他的 QW 的。
Thì cảm nhận của em khi mà khi mà chơi Yunaga là kiểu cảm giác con tướng này đánh tay khá là nhiều nên là đầu game hơi bị khó để đi lane. Còn về giữa game và cuối game thì tướng khá là mạnh.
Theo em nghĩ thì nếu muốn chơi vị tướng này thì mọi người cần giữ vị trí trong giao tranh phối hợp với đồng đội.
我觉得对上他角色的话，就是趁他在 Q 还没有叠起来之前跟他换血。
상대 뭐 이즈카르마나 이런 견제기가 좀 좋은 챔피언 있으면은 힘들 것 같다는 느낌을 받았어요.
Theo em nghĩ là tướng để phát huy tối đa sức mạnh của Yonara là những vị tướng có khả năng bảo kê trong giao tranh, ví dụ như là Rakan hoặc là Lulu.
他感觉是需要发育起来的英雄，但在赛场上就是下路不太适合太发育，他需要有一点能够战斗的能力。もちろんやっぱりプロゲーマーなので、練習しないといけない部分もたくさんあるんで、もちろんそれは練習しようと思ってます。ただやっぱりユナーラ自体がすごくなんていう新鮮なチャンピオンなので、すごく練習するのも楽しみなチャンピオンでもあります。
Theo em thì em nếu mà con tướng này mà ra mắt thì em sẽ chơi nó, em sẽ luyện tập nó rất là nhiều, em sẽ không cấm nó bởi vì em thấy con tướng này nó phù hợp với em.
俺人気記録おっと俺ないかもな俺の5やな6じゃねえしあ完全オープンやばい遅刻またかよマブルに怒られる間に合ったあー嘘終わってるじゃんまたやっちゃったよ
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the League of Legends Championship Pacific Season Finals and the pre-show, of course, to our group breaker matchups. Who will go up to the contender group and who could possibly be going down to the breakout group? We've got some pretty action-packed games today. I believe, I can't remember who we're starting off with, but I believe it's Vikings up against PSG. Maybe I got that round the wrong way.
I think it might be the GAM SHG match, actually. It's the... I mean, look, both of them have some pretty big implications. In all honesty, this one feels like it's more of a set-in-stone type thing. GAM have just been looking... I mean, despite the rough run in the season finals, I'll give them that. Unfortunately, it is against two of the teams that they did struggle against in the mid-season as well. But they are still looking like they're hitting much of that form that they found in the mid-season, whereas for SHG, yes, there are improvements showing across the board. It just feels like it pales in comparison to what GAM are achieving at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be an uphill battle for SHG trying to compete to get into the contender group. Of course, it is big stakes. If you get into the contender group, that guarantees you a place in the playoffs. You're not sort of contesting for that 5th, 6th spot. And it also just gives you better seeding automatically than the teams that are in the breakout group. And GAM, a rough game up against CFO, a rough game up against Team Secret Wales, but they certainly looked very good cleanly 2-0ing PSG Talon last week. And of course, that is the other big one, PSG going up against the Vikings. Now that is a matchup that we really do not know how to judge. We've got PSG on one side, yet to win even a single game, versus the Vikings, who I believe have only dropped the singular one up against the Chiefs. So yeah, it's not going to be easy for PSG. I think you'd still come in expecting them to be favorites, because while the record of the split favors Vikings, they've also gone against the easier of opponents in comparison to CFO, GAM, as well as Team Secret Wales.
Absolutely. I think you'd be hard-pressed to count PSG out of this matchup, given their history, given the caliber of players that are on the team. Vikings still haven't found that solidity. They haven't found that foundation that they had in the season kickoff, where it was because of that lane swap meta. They were allowed to manipulate the Rift that way. They haven't been allowed to do that since, because of the way the game's changed, whereas PSG have done pretty much everything the same way from start to finish, barring a couple of Vayne picks here and there and some odd stuff down in the bot lane.
Oh, but that's not even the worst AD carry they've picked.
Yeah, but I mean, look, I think on paper, and it is undoubtable at this point, each individual role is better than Vikings. I don't think you can quite argue that at this point. It's synergistically where PSG Talent, and Betty did speak to that same effect in an interview, like we can't nail the team fights. There's something going on there. We absolutely can lane, but when it comes to actual 5v5 action, that's where PSG Talent struggles.
Yep, they definitely have, but I think one thing he didn't touch on in his interview, and again, I say it every single week, is PSG Talon and their drafting has been, throughout their entire time in the PCS up until now, been very poor. just realistically speaking, I mean, we go back to their series up against Team Secret Wales, game number 1. Probably should have been able to win, but they fell over the very, very last hurdle when they're trying to push into that base, trying to get that bot lane inhib tower. The range that Vayne have up against Sivir, who is the same range of champ, but Sivir's hitting everyone, while Vayne can target down just one person. All it takes is one bit of CC, and all the dominoes collapse. And that's kind of what we've seen. Of course, then we've seen really interesting things where they've gone like solo AD Jhin up against Skarner and Sion. It's like, well, you've pretty much loaded into this game with absolutely everything stacked against you. So the two things, as to what Betty said, the team fighting their cohesion as a 5-man unit, but before we even get onto the Rift, I want to see some champions that can actually do some things, a team comp that makes sense. And I think that's where we really have to start off, because if you're loading in already behind, it's going to be a tough job to come back with the current state of how they've been looking.
I think that's the most roundabout way I've ever heard someone say, if the draft sucks, the team's going to suck. And I think you're right on the money there. I mean, it just has been the bane of PSG Talon's existence coming into this competition. It has almost snowballed, it's felt like, throughout the year. It's gotten worse and worse as the drafting has gotten rougher and rougher for them. So hopefully, they get some champs that really allow them to manipulate the Rift and get that leg up that they need. Honestly, it beggars belief. What should happen if Talon do get knocked down into that breakout group? I just, at this stage, could not comprehend it.
Yeah, look, we've got one team that's yet to win a game or a series over the course of the year, and one team that's yet to win a game in this split. So there's a lot, really, that is riding on today. If PSG do go down there, it makes you wonder, really, where is their relative strength? On the other hand, of course, our first game, GAM up against SHG. It feels like it's set in stone, but of course, we've got to get through the game. We're going to go to the right first once we're back. It will be time for the games. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, getting ready for SHG up against GAM. GAM coming off the back of their mid-season where they finished second, represented us at MSI, and had a pretty good performance, all things considered, over there. Now fighting for their lives to stay in the contenders group. It will not be easy by any stretch of the imagination. SHG, there are two things that have remained consistent throughout the entirety of this year. Actually, three things. But for today's matches, CFO have always remained at the top, and SHG have always been 6. Now today, it's up to them to try and buck that trend. If they get themselves up into that contenders group, they will have managed to successfully, at least guaranteed, not 6th.
I mean, it's a crazy talking point to think that, you know, walking onto the stage now, easily one of GAM's strongest points of contention in Kiaya, and much being the same said for SHG and Evie, having a really solid showing as of late. But it just feels like, again, on paper, every single category GAM wins out there. They have looked so good. They went international. They very, very nearly made it to the main event, just falling short to that kilted dude in G2. No, that was quality. That was some quality content between TK and Romain. But yeah, it just classic. It would not be the LCP without, you know,
the scuffed walkouts.
Yeah, you'd think they'd you know, do a little bit of a chat beforehand. Okay, so we'd, you know, fist bump, bow, go. No. Okay, we'll just keep it fresh. We'll keep it spicy.
Artemis and Marble, two of the really talking points for both teams. I think Artemis having a fantastic split so far. Even in the games they've lost, he's looked very good. Marble, much the same. I mean, a large driving force behind this SHG roster is the consistency of Marble in that AD carry. Even when at times, let's be entirely blunt, Gang has kind of entered. It has been Marvel that's alongside him that has stayed steady. He's been able to get his gold, he's been able to get his XP, he's been able to be a very real factor in these games. And so I think it's an exciting concept to see these two going up against each other. I mean, the stakes are ultimately very high. This does guarantee you a playoff spot if you do win out this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's also crazy coming into this game. Artemis holding the kill record against PSG of all teams with 14 kills on his Kaisip. Has been an absolute powerhouse bot lane duo between Artemis and Elio. So it's going to be interesting for sure to see how these matchups play across the room. Obviously, SHG as well, having that new introduction in the jungle has definitely felt like a shot in the arm.
For sure.
But you're up against Captain Levi.
Yeah, look, that's a pretty tough matchup. Levy has been so consistent from the beginning of his tenure as a lolesports pro up until now. Been a real talking point in the VCS, now in the LCP. Johan, yet to make a name for himself, but working steadily towards doing so.
Absolutely. Blue side goes the way of GAM.
Getting Zen.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen that consistently throughout the year from these guys, just that ability to... It's almost like a mental reset button. Like, you know, game starts now, get in the mode, refresh.
Looks like we're in Champ Select. Of course, no side selection 1v1.
Yep.
The team of which is in the contender group for both series will have their opportunity for side selection. In this case, of course, it is GAM.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure. You'd imagine SHG likely get side selection game 2 because with GAM having side selection and starting off this best of 3, I think they're going to be pretty happy, get exactly what they want. This becomes a very when matchup for SHG. But I just, again, I can't pinpoint one particular champion that SHG gets when they go to that blue side, if they do go to that blue side, that throws us in. They're really having to have done their homework, I think, coming in this matchup.
Absolutely. Yunara Talia Yorick taken away from SHG. Yorick, pretty much only banned up against Evi these days. Has drastically fallen out of preference for the majority of the teams, but Evi, certainly when it's up, has been tending to go towards it. Now Rumble remains available if GAM or SHG were wanting to take it. Of course, Azir is there as well. It's a champion. Fate has tended to go towards the second it has been left available. So things to think about, but it's going to be Captain Levy picking up one of the champs synonymous with him in that Wukong.
And also one of the pretty standard power combos with the Rumble as well. So if it does get picked up here by Evi for SHG, it's going to be removing some of that strength. There you go. The Azir ripped immediately by SHG for Fate in the mid lane.
It's absolutely no one's surprise, and Zinzao will follow it. Another strong jungler. Johan should feel pretty happy with that pickup. Now, back to the blue side, back to GAM's pick. 2 picks to choose from now, and really the world is their oyster.
No reason you couldn't snag that Rumble for Kiaya. He's very good on it as well.
Certainly is.
But Emo, I mean, Zari, at least to me, stands out the most in some of those strong picks that he's brought into the Azir. I mean, unfortunately, they banned like this. Okay, they're going to opt for the Gwen instead for Kiaya.
Does go for the Gwen. Obviously, it's a champion we have seen time and time again. Pretty happy to blind pick. Often, the Rumble versus Gwen is a matchup we do see, so it could even be what SHG look towards here.
Ooh, okay, there you go. You talk about that power combo with the Wukong in the jungle. No more than any, especially in that laning phase. Has that point and click stun, the ability to set up the gank for Captain Levi. And post 6, the Cyclone Tibbers combo is truly terrifying. And there you go, the Rumble's going to be picked up by Evi.
Yeah, I mean, Azir will have a good time into the Annie if left in isolation. It's going to be a perfectly fine matchup for the Azir, but it's always the problem comes when, for Wukong in particular, but most junglers, is that there is just so much gank set up, right? If you ever have to use that flash defensively or even the shuffle defensively, you become very vulnerable to the point and click CC. I think in general, though, this should be a perfectly manageable lane for Fate, so I think he's got what he wanted in terms of this blind Azir pick. Now, obviously the Nico getting banned away from Alio, Alistair in response for Gang, so supports the target here of the second round of bans as neither team picking up any of their bot laners.
I'm expecting Lucian, Rel, Nautilus would be what I expect to see. That final phase, obviously 25-16 at the moment, the patches. So we are slowly progressing through.
For sure. I don't expect to see the Lucian.
Okay, Kai'Sa instead.
Kai'Sa's going to be taken away. Sivir remaining open. So is the Xayah. Xayah, not the greatest pick of all time, but it isn't that bad for SHG currently. You can kind of kneecap it a little bit, though, by putting down a Rakan ban at some point. Although, for the side of SHG, Rao looking like a pretty strong support. Poppy is going to be their choice. So choice of whatever support they want, really, if they want to pick it up now. Otherwise, you go towards your AD carry.
Yeah. I mean, you can go the Rakan here. Potentially. Even if Xayah is sniped, I don't think that's probably what GAM are going to angle towards, so it would be pretty unpunished, all said and done. I think the Rel looks really good here, and they are going to pick that up for Gang.
No surprise.
Yeah.
Really, it just pairs well with the Rumble. Has a good amount of CC, a lot of zone control, which Azir is going to appreciate a lot. A lot of answers back into it, though. You can go for the Nautilus. The Corki is going to be the lane choice at the time. So a bit of a stronger lane, taking away that Rakan as well. Early on into the series, it's going to disallow that Xayah Rakan going into further games. Either game 2 or 3. Now, Jhin, yeah, I mean, the Jhin pick's okay. I actually think there's a lot of damage.
It's not the worst draft. I mean, there's no
tank.
No Uber tank in the top of jungle.
It's an okay Jhin pick. I still would prefer other champs. I mean, the Misfortune stands out to me as something that goes against the Corki really well and doesn't have that much threat onto it. But regardless, the Jhin is the choice. It's going to be more of that utility from the backside. Trying to follow up on the engages, the long range equalizers that can be put down here by Evie. All said and done. Perfectly fine draft coming out of either side.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, absolute brilliance in the team fight there for SHG. That synergistically, this team fight gets a bit scary for GAM if they stick around too long. But
yeah, they're just looking to burst down someone, though.
Absolutely.
As soon as you got the Annie, you're not necessarily looking for these long team fights.
Not.
Trying to isolate a target, take them down, and get pressure that way. Of course, Corki does have a little bit more of that sustained damage, but it's not the most in the world. However, I don't think there's any clear winners when it comes towards the draft. You have a lot of options on both sides. I mean, the side lane should almost always go in favor of Kiaya. As soon as some items do come through. Skin game is... I mean...
Artemis fumbles the bag, though.
Artemis?
He doesn't bring the cord key.
Yeah, he doesn't. But, yeah, I mean, I think as soon as the Super Galaxy Rumble, it's the best skin available in the game. So it was always going the way of SHG on this occasion.
Yep.
Evie once again carrying his team in terms of that skin pick.
Draft done for game 1. Speaking of draft, last weekend I put it to you, Desert Island Draft. I put it to Reddit as well. And so we have our 3 picks. The general consensus is Brom, Ivern, and Milio are the way to go.
Why are you getting rid of any of those champs?
No, because they want to survive. And we also had a honorable mention to Cinder Uwu, who said, I would spend the entire time with Xayah trying to convince her that I'm better than Rakan.
Okay.
Yeah. Bold choice. Survival clearly not on the agenda at all.
But I still think going the wrong angle. I think it is just eliminate Jhin and Israel.
I might have to do it again. I reckon we do it again, but include skins.
Oh, I don't.
Except for Kevin. Kevin's not allowed to. He's banned from any future Desert Island Draft competitions.
The behaviour check has been done.
Yeah.
By the LCP English team. Unfortunately removed from the draft picks. Lane going ahead here. Ema doing a good job. Probably having that shield start. Yep, there it is. Fate, though, wisely not auto-attacking, so won't take that return damage until he does. And does, in fact, take that burn damage.
Classic. Stand off in the bot lane. I mean, again, with the implications of this match, I'm not expecting any hyper-aggression all that early on. Both teams will likely be playing pretty measured, mostly because, while SHG, LJL representatives play a pretty measured game, and GAM bucking the trend of that BCS all-out brawling aggression.
Yeah, in general. I think the other teams as well, Team Secret Wales and Vikings, have done a good job of playing some slower paced games, although I will say Team Secret Wales does look weaker when they do it. I think they're just all-out brawl, bring it to them, is the strongest version of Team Secret Wales, though not necessarily synonymous with competitive League of Legends.
Well, the strongest they've looked, the most impressive they've looked is when they've just brute-forced fights for an entire game, even from behind.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
Very much the okay.
Now, admittedly, when they do play the slower paced game, it was against CFO, which is exactly their style of game. Probably not the team you want to try and, you know, play into their style against. Good little love taps back and forward in the bot lane. Nothing too serious, though. Phosphorus Bomb will not find its mark. Fourth shot will. Good damage coming out of Marble, but nothing to necessarily net them a huge advantage by any stretch of the imagination. I think all things said and done, every single lane should feel pretty comfortable. There's no hugely winning matchup, although Alio gets caught here. Will take a substantial amount of damage, willing to use the heal, and Gang is actually the one that has to flash away. Phosphorus Bomb lands, Gang no flash, no heal, first blood goes to Artemis.
A woeful overcommitment there from Gang, just thinking that that natural steroid of it being a Jhin with a Rel, unfortunately the sustained damage is far greater when it comes to Artemis running that Conqueror as well.
Yeah, true damage early game, got the Gatling gun to reduce armor, and while it's only a small amount of armor, you only have a small amount of armor in the early game, so it's always going to be won by GAM in that instance, and unfortunately, I think Gang looking for that short trade, you know, the QW, and then walking away would have actually been very beneficial for them, but the second he starts sitting there auto-attacking, it's always going to favor the side that does have that combat keystone, and Artemis is going to be very happy. Going back to base, gets himself a tear, a dagger, and unfortunately, a glowing moat.
Yeah, look, it's better than nothing. Honestly, with that little bit of a, you know, bump up in power, he's...
Ironically, the kill doesn't matter at all because Marble is still going to have more damage in this lane.
Yeah.
But it does mean that tier starts stacking earlier on. Still, it's a second item, so it's not that impactful.
I mean, any gold is good gold at this stage, especially if Gang throws the flash away.
Yeah, a lot of, I mean, very aggressive purchases out of Artemis because he could have just opted, instead of this dagger as well as the refillable pot and mode, he could have gone for the tier and a cull. Obviously a little bit more slower paced, but would net him a advantage as the game progresses. However, he's looking for that early Triforce, so goes for the items immediately. A little bit of lane power and the fact that he's going to have that sustain in the refillable potion.
Yeah. Wants to become that monster as quickly as possible. But definitely Gang looking like he's learned his lesson off that. A little bit over-eager, a little bit keen. But it does give that a little bit extra priority now to Artemis and Ellie on the bot lane.
Level 6 now. Need to work online for Kiaya.
Oh dear.
Heavy will be hitting level 6 very, very shortly. I believe as this wave gets cleaned up. Yeah, Artemis takes a lot of damage there. So does Gang.
Looking for the fourth shot. Marble can't quite get in range.
Still finding a decent amount of damage, and dodging out of these quills is very, very important. Johan down in the area. Nice Valkyrie, but Levy's here, and Gang has no flash, will be taken out. Just unfortunately, again, over-pressuring. And Artemis, quick on the trigger with that Valkyrie, means he's not going to get CC'd. And it leaves Gang in a really rough position. Now he does have teleport to come out and rejoin his team. Levy has to be careful. He'll sidestep away from the Deathly Flourish.
Yeah, I mean, it's odd. They, you know, they wait for Johan to be in position so they can look for something there, just completely forgetting about the fact that Levi, you know, was also probably in the vicinity, given the pathing that we've seen out of both of them. They've both shown on the map, so it's not like they don't know where he's likely to be heading trajectory-wise. So, I mean, it's an interesting call. GAM capitalizing it brilliantly. They take themselves a second kill.
Yeah. Tibbers being used in this mid lane just for a little bit of lane control, and Emo certainly has established that, though Fate doing a great job of keeping up in terms of CS. Much the same as the majority of the lanes, really. Only top finds himself at a disadvantage. Artemis using that Rumble ult from Timu in order to get himself that wave clear. A lot of damage on the Valkyrie.
It's crazy that at one point in life, the life cycle League of Legends, Valkyrie was bigger than Equalizer because of the package.
By about 4 times.
And you could just double tap it. Go in, go out again. Oh, there we go.
Aggressive trade up on the top side. Exhaust still there for Kiaya. Needlework will not be. Still, Evie has a perfectly fine trade. Procs that phase rush and just sprints on out. Of course, why we do see it. Oh, Leo going wide there. But a little bit nimble on the Rakan means he's completely fine.
Yeah. A lot of pass-ring pings going down to the Dragon. Looks like Johan. No, I think he's just helping to set up a bit of vision. He wants to go for it. He's just jumped onto the scuttle, I do believe. No, he's dragged the Dragon out. Yeah, he has. There you go.
Looking for that early Dragon, but Elio coming down to the river will spot it out, so no chance that's a happening thing for the time being, especially with just how much priority GAM have across the map. Levy now taking this opportunity to look for it for himself. Deathly Farish will connect onto Artemis. Trap also managing to do a reasonable chunk to his health bar. Johan seeming completely uninterested though to re-enter this bottom side river. So Dragon is going to be secured, and GAM get themselves off to an early lead. In terms of that Dragon stacking, also 1k advantage to them.
Ping's already going down to the grub, so they're looking to maximize everything they can in terms of neutral objectives. That Cyclone available. They could potentially look for something. They are posturing around mid. Nemo does have the Tibbers up and available, so it likely would have meant a very disastrous situation for Fate. But no, they decide better of it. They want to go for the objective control. So it is just going to be Crab into grubs, but you can see Johan is heading that way. They've got wards on it.
Yeah, they know this is happening, but Levy's also aware that they know, so looking to get this first one. Does have smite if he wants to. Looking to keep it though. That would be the first grub, still with the potential of smiting away a second. That would guarantee them a second stack towards the monster slaying. Johan coming around though, seeing if he can poke and prod his way in to find at least one of the grubs, and at least for the time being it seems like he will be able to. We'll see if GAM are interested in re-aggressing. Control though of the river now given over to the side of SHG, and happy with just the 2, at least for now, will be Levy.
At the moment, SHG not looking to go in and take that third, so there is a chance Levi has the opening to go in and take the whole 3, and I think he's going to do just that even. Johan in the vicinity, but I mean, do you really want to contest this? That is the question. It's only a single grub. Kiaya might be jumped on here.
Yeah, spots out, flashes there. Gang's able to land on him. He does manage to get the shroud out, but Kiaya will be going down. Envy able to secure it. Still grubs picked up. It's at least 1 kill back into the pockets of SHG as they do close that gold lead just ever so slightly.
Yeah, it gives a little bit of a lead there to Evie. In terms of gold value though, they're pretty much even CS, that 1 kill. The only difference maker. So Kiaya has not had much of a hard time up in that top lane. Isn't going to suffer all that greatly. Still had the exhaust, so we'll have that around the next objective fight. 2 minutes and 40 odd seconds away for Dragon number 2. It's surprising that that might just be the best showdown they have, you know, in these little pick comps, or these micro picks, you know, 3-on-1s. Because so far, just macro control has been all GAM so far.
Yeah, not much Kiaya can do there. No flash, of course. So, taken out pretty promptly. Does cost Gang's flash, but certainly a worthwhile trade. Fate just quietly, quite far ahead in CS. Has himself the Merc treads now, so that point and click CC is a little less worrying.
Yeah. We are going to hit that lull period, 2 minutes till the next big objective up. So it'll just be get a bit of lane dominance, get a vision control. They're looking for something. No, okay, it was just the scuttle. Fate just happened to be in the vicinity. But so far, I mean, Levi has been well outmaneuvering Johan this game. You look at it, it speaks for itself in the CS differential.
Yeah, absolutely. Triforce now online. Both junglers at their first item. It is matched, of course, though, with Artemis, who does as well have that Triforce, so a definite power spike in terms of combat potential for the side of GAM. Good timing with a minute 20 away from this Cloud Dragon. Would be the second of the game for them still. No completed steps towards the feats of strength. 1 kill would be required for GAM alongside 1 objective, whereas SHG still need the 2 kills and 3 objectives per tower.
He does have that Leandre's finished up, so could potentially take this. I don't think they know that Levi's here.
Yeah. Heavy walking up, the exhaust is there. He does have flash. Kaya doing a reasonable amount of damage. Johan's going to be able to find his way in. Phase rush proc by Evie. Flash used. In goes Johan, but Levy's trying to answer back. The Cyclone! The damage will not be there. Johan gets it. This could be the feat of warfare. No! Kaya somehow gets it, and he'll get the double kill. 2 quick kills for the side of GAM. It was a close affair.
The scissors just clip Evie on the outside there. That's... look, that was very, very narrow margins of error, and somehow Kaya manages to pull off another massive play. Captain Levi, unfortunately, I mean, that was brilliant holding of the flash as well by Evie. It looked like for a moment that he was going to be out there, but yeah, look, you were talking pixels of margins of error there. I mean, you look at the initial setup, looks like for all intents and purposes, Evie's in trouble here. Big damage, the exhaust comes out, the phase rush procs, he then just runs it around, flashes away, Johans comes in, and you think for sure this has just been turned abysmally, but Kaya, it's going to be, yeah, literally just the very periphery of those scissors.
Now, snipped him up, that's all he needed. So that's feats of warfare. Dragon, again, it is live. If GAM were to be able to pick that one up, it would be the feats of strength completed. Neither jungler, for the time being, headed towards it, although Johan is closer, being that he's finishing up his bottom side jungle. Levy now entering that side of the map as well.
Emo and Elio here, though. I mean, the amount of lockdown available means that Levi can finish these Raptors and still work his way down. Johan there on a ward, well known. Fate. Oh,
Marble gets caught up, does have flash. City Hands, though, not going to feel the need to use it, and wisely recognizes that there's no true threat onto him. Evie with teleport, Kaya does not.
Cyclone's up again.
Evie, heal, going to get himself in a little bit quicker. It could come down to a fight. And the captain's hands are just oh so steady. The second dragon goes his way. That will be the feats of strength now completed for the side of GAM. Gold is still even. It's not a massive advantage, but you take absolutely everything you can when you are fighting for a guaranteed spot in our playoffs and just one step closer towards going to Da Nang. Good call coming out. Elliot going to be able to block that up pretty happily in the quickness. Grand entrance. Johan hasn't been able to move. And Marble will find that 4th shot onto a full HP Artemis and do all but tickle him.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about the initiation there from Emo committing onto Gang, but they're able to bait Johan and collapse on him, and now they are still going to be able to push GAM off this Herald.
Yeah,
I think realistically.
But Alio's on the way here. It would quickly turn back into a numbers game that would favor the side of GAM. Both top laners, of course, still in their lane. 4k HP. SHG with their 3 members are trying to block it.
Wow.
And Alio's grand entrance finds 2. Gang playing distraction for that line. But Artemis completely untouched. Flashes away from that Emperor's Divide. And now Marble running for the hills as Johan looks to climb back into the fight. A solo kill happens in top lane meanwhile. But GAM, they come out with absolutely everything and a massive, massive lead now Mantling.
Yeah. Mounting. Oh, and they're just going to take everything.
Going for, unfortunately, but SHG, they are just losing across the map now. 2 disastrous plays going the way of GAM. Numbers advantage there. The hands there to match.
It's just so funny. Kaya says, oh, we're fighting? Okay. And then just full sends and solo kills Evie while all of that's going on.
Keeping the exhaust up as well.
Well, it's still on cooldown, so he couldn't have used it if he'd wanted to.
Artemis 3-0. Kaya 3-1. Very strong.
Untouched in that fight too. Artemis just sitting there, baits Fate forward with the flash, Emperor's Divide combo, gets away from it with his own flash. I mean, you look at it. It looks like, for all intents and purposes, they split the difference. Great grand entrance, and all the while they're stunned through, baits it out. Meanwhile, Artemis just continues on attacking. They zone out Marble there. And then, yeah, Kiaya just goes and full sends onto Evie. Kills him under his tower. Oh,
Gonna
yeah.
do so again. Exhaust is there, gonna be used. Cutting him down one more. Evie able to sidestep. Narrow margins, but margins that are important means that he will not fall.
He's 1,300 gold down now. That's crazy.
Yeah, the game a little bit out of hand. And unfortunately, coming into the series, kind of things happening as expected. GAM, while their score, their standings, not really what many would think coming into this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, it's an interesting group, the contenders group. You got CFO, who are just the LCP team. And then, of course, Team Secret Wales, who just seem to be the regular season team. Oh, Levi. He's going for it. He's going for a cruise through the jungle.
Yeah, should be able to come down, meet this tower, maybe even knock up Fate for good measure. Not able to do that, but
oh dear,
Fate is in a world of pain. Will unfortunately.
Oh, he's going 3 from 3.
Yeah, going to hit the third tower, making sure no one's in the bush. There won't be. We can see that. Only slight amounts of damage here onto the inner, but the map is completely broken open, and GAM seem fairly unstoppable. No one even coming down here. No one giving any thought towards this bot tower on the side of SHG. I mean, GAM are going to be able to claim that as well. 4 towers, 2-0 as things stand.
Not a single objective has gone the way of SHG. Not a neutral, not a tower. They just have been starved out of this game entirely.
It's GAM time.
It is indeed. I think it's been GAM time for a while.
It has. It's not all over though. I mean, this game, pretty much over. Series still to play. We've seen crazier things happen in the LCP. And Artican hasn't spawned yet, so the game not even really over.
Yeah, we haven't given GAM a chance to throw it yet.
Need a work coming out. Evie does have flash this time, but not likely he's going to be able to make it out of this. And Kiaya, with the assistance, the setup there for Alio means he's going to be able to land that Q. He's going to be able to land the ultimate, and Evie is going to unfortunately find his 3rd death of the game.
Off the back of a very well calculated draft from GAM. Archie at it again. We're well happy to give over the Rumble if it meant that Kiaya got his Gwen. And he's proven exactly why that was the case.
Yeah, absolutely. Just an absolute complete stranglehold on the game. Fate doing a good job of getting gold for himself, but it's not an easy game for Nazir to solo these team fights, especially with just how far behind his frontline is. Absolutely tearing through them will be Artemis. Has the 2nd item online, even wowed the way towards his 3rd. 3rd dragon as well, as we speak of 3rd, will be started up and guaranteed to be picked up here by the side of GAM. So just winning, and winning more for the time being.
Yeah, unfortunately, things go from bad to worse continuously throughout this. I mean, it all sort of starts from that proactivity down in the bot lane. Levi gets himself a bit of a lead, and that lead snowballs, allows him to impact the rest of the map, and then Kiaya, largely an island unto himself, has done so much.
No, won't be aware necessarily. Actually, that ward up near the Krugs almost certainly gave away Gang.
Thinking it out.
Yeah, Alio here. I mean, Gang now. Numbers are coming. Levy as well as Johan looking to join their support on top. A great cancellation on that crash down. The stuns there, and Gang, he gets the flash, but I think he's going to save it. Fortunately, gives over a kill once again to Emo. Now 7 stacks on the Dark Seal, and an Artican all but insured.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, that'll be Emo's 2nd item finished off as well. With that teleport up off the back of this Artican, will be back out on the Rift in the not too near future, being even stronger than he already is with that Malignance. I mean, Tiba's recyclability is already increased by a pretty significant margin. 2nd item there for Levi as well. And they're just going to shove down this top lane. Quite unhappy to, knowing full well the strength that they possess in the game at the moment. The tower well prepped.
All the crash down though, that's why we keep the flash, it's still there. There's a lot of CC, a lot of circles, a huge amount of circles. So far even trades, but the wallet gap is massive, and GAM will utilize it. Fate on the back line, but he's in between 4. Down he will go. They got Artemis, but it costs them everything.
Guy just TPs in and literally cuts SHG to ribbons. He just does so much damage in that team fight. 2 items deep. Medjai's and Bloodletter's Cursed finished for Emo at the 23-minute mark. And TP'd right back out.
That's a rough situation. And undoubtedly hard to get through now for SHG, but Gang comes in. I mean, he ends up landing all 4 members of GAM there into that Magnet Storm. They're able to secure one. The burn from the Equalizer will eventually finish off Artemis. Alio flashing away to disallow Marble, even dodging out of everything afterwards. Playing the perfect line to have just avoided all damage coming in. Means that all they get is the 1. GAM, they collect 4. Now Shuin to just have absolute map control. The Baron not even there to be their reward. It was a fight just to fight. They get the tower short. But boy, oh boy, almost 10k. Essentially is just 10k ahead.
Yeah, it is flatly. 5 times the kills. It has just been an absolute shellacking, as the barbecue industry like to say. Yeah, this is definitely, I think, a game 2 angle for SHG. Some of those big power picks off the board, they can look for other avenues. The problem being is Yorick, I don't know, maybe they do leave it open, GAM. That could be something for Evie to pick up in the top lane, but undoubtedly Kiai is going to have those answers, which, yeah, it just doesn't feel like there's much that SHG can do to catch GAM off guard.
Yeah, no. This one, I mean, you're just in a position of this game, unfortunately, for SHG, where you're talking about the next one.
Yeah,
talking
absolutely.
About what you can do, what you think they're going to do, how can you respond to it. Of course, all these champions that have been picked will be off the board. You don't have to worry about Kia's Queen. You don't have to worry about Levy's Wukong. So possible angles to play around in terms of those missing champions, but the control here, and SHG, realistically, they can't walk any further than they are at the moment unless they are able to get absolute vision. I mean, right now we can see it. Alio a little vulnerable, but just too slippery. So many pings going down.
Yeah.
Teleport. Teleport being used.
Oh, what a ward.
Yeah, what a ward. 5v5 coming out. Elio's in the back line, able to find his way onto Fate, but first of all, they're going to be able to take down Gang. Gang now going forward. Emo locks him down. Emo takes him down. The same will happen to Marble. Oh, my lord. Fate's going to go. Evie's going to go, as will the SHG base. It's GAM who take game 1. Still looking good to stay in this contender group.
13 seconds, the next 30 odd. I don't know if they necessarily can end it here, but they can certainly do a lot of damage.
Yeah, maybe the death timers are just too short at this stage of the game. They don't have minions, so this tower is taking a long time to break through. Eventually that debuff does come through.
Okay, I'm just wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe not. They're turning all their attention on the gang, which
just
means...
taking them out, sending a message. It will be the game. Nexus Tower 1, Nexus Tower 2, Johan. Unfortunately, the solo Zinzao can't really do a whole lot. And GAM with a very, very quick, very decisive game 1.
Yeah, I mean, 2 Trinity Forces, those, you know, base objectives are going to drop very, very quickly. And an unfortunate game for sure. You think that you're getting a power pick in the Rumble for Evie, but GAM immediately have the answer. In fact, they preemptively picked that Gwen, knowing full well that the follow-up will likely be the Rumble. They just had all the cards in that game, unfortunately.
Oh, the damage graphs where top laners are just permanently fighting each other as melee range damage dealers.
And solo killing each other.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a good game played by both top laners, really. But GAM just got so far ahead. Their macro play was better. They were just stronger a lot earlier. I mean, it all really kick-started with Gang going for a nice trade, but then overstaying the trade, which turned into an extended fight, which when you have the Conqueror versus the Fleet Footwork Jhin is never favoring the Jhin.
I mean, even in sustained fights with the Jhin, yeah, I think you're going to struggle to get that DPS compared to the Corki, even at early levels. And I mean, this is a great shout-in. They identified that Kiaya is an easy target, not having that flash, and this is just so criminal from Kiaya. Evie plays this brilliantly, you know, gets the phase rush proc right here, runs it around, holds the flash for as long as possible to try and survive. I think he... Yeah, like you think you've got the kill there. Unfortunately, it's Levi and Kiaya, and then yeah, I think Evie's just unlucky there. That's Gwen just has so much range with a quick Q.
Yeah. Even here, I mean, Gang was dead to rights. He goes in to try and buy some time for his carry so they don't go down as well. Fate unfortunately pulls the trigger, and Artemis with some quick thinking, able to flash away from the Emperor's Divide, takes down a free kill onto that Azir. And I mean, the wallet gap at this stage is just so insurmountable. I will say Alio just playing so well, staying away from Fate. W's back towards the Jhin, gets the E just in time before Marble finishes him off as well.
And this was just a brilliant call by Alio.
Yeah.
Unsealed Spellbook, has the teleport, jumps into the back lines, and all of a sudden it is just chaos, it is hectic, it is madness, but Levi and Kiaya running through on the front line just decimate that poor SHG roster. But you know what isn't poor? It's the quality of what you can get when you support the LCP English. If you are on Twitch, you can subscribe. You get yourself some pretty cool rewards to boot. Of course, you get yourself from now until the 28th, the Pengu Garen or Pengaran Bring It emote. And then starting 29th, we start rolling out those awesome regional icons. You can see top left, the Dancing Rammus LCP skin. That's just for the LCP. No other region can claim the Dancing Garen. That is all us, baby. And you only get it if you subscribe on Twitch. Unfortunately, if you are a Prime subber, you miss out. It has to be the full sub, and you get yourself that uninterrupted viewership. You don't miss out on a single moment. And Bastion, you know what else you don't want to miss out on?
Tell me.
It is, of course, the LCP going international, baby. Finals weekend in Da Nang, 20th and 21st of September. Get your tickets now. Your favorite teams rocking it. We are going international our first year.
Absolutely. And to decide who those favorite teams going there are, we're going to have to get through today. We're going to have to get through a lot more games. But first, a break. And when we're back, we'll see if SHG can continue fighting to try and get into that contenders group.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love her I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
我喜欢台北的夏天。
Last time I was in PCS playoffs 2 years ago in Taipei, I came over here and it was very, very hard to compete. I was practicing in OCE for the whole year, and having to come here and level up to play against the teams was very difficult, and unfortunately we didn't perform very well. But now I'm back in Taipei. I love the city, and I think now we're practicing against good teams. We're working together as a team, and we've really, really leveled up. I reckon we'll do pretty amazing this split.
其实当初是没有想要再回来的，只是刚好有这个机会，所以就来了。其实赛区合并整体实力强蛮多的，但是对于第一名来说还是很有信心。会礼包吗？这个有办第二次的话，记得再买一次。
Do you remember 17? You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. Boy, how wrong I'd be.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. It's about to be game number 2. If you look at your time, you might be surprised, but GAM dominate. game one. Absolutely, from start to finish, complete dominance. And now SHG, they have to win these next 2 games if they want to make it to that contenders group, if they want to lock themselves into playoffs. But boy, oh boy, is it going to be a tough job.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, you know, obviously there must not be a clock in the SHG green room. Not that they need it, because everyone knows it's GAM time. As it was in that game. My lord, was it GAM time. They got it done in not quite record, but pretty darn quick considering how long their games usually take.
26,
yeah,
I think. And no Baron, just straight up top lane, through the base, and yeah, getting it done. But, I mean, a lot of powerful champs have now been removed. You've lost the Annie, the Wukong, the Gwen, the Corki and the Rel. I mean, sorry, the Corki and the Rakan. Less is so important just because Rakan fills a niche that a lot of other champions can also sort of fit themselves into in many ways. Corki as well. Mainly they're just a strong laner. Outside of that, it's not the be-all, end-all in terms of those AD carries.
And for Jin, it was just a mercy killing.
Oh.
But, I mean, Oh, okay. SHG opting into the red side. That's a bold call. Also worth remembering, you know, obviously implications going into the later stages of the season finals. You're looking towards playoffs, but we also have to look to the other end of that spectrum in terms of relegations. And Oceanic Promotion Qualifier is coming up. You've got maybe like 10 minutes, I think, to finish your sign-ups there, but you and I get to rock that one too.
Oh, it's actually Australian Eastern time, so 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Oh, beauty. They've got plenty of time.
Bit more time. Space Dog will be taking care of you if you do find yourself in a last-minute sign-up. But both of these 2 teams are actually exempt from the relegation, being they are the partner teams, so they don't have to worry about that at least. But still, I mean, you're not thinking about, as these teams, SHG, a historic org,
absolutely.
GAM, the most arguably historic org we even have in the competition, they're wanting to come first. They're wanting to be like, okay, we're better than CFO. We're going to go as our first seed. They're not going to be wanting to worry about, man, are we even going to make it into the playoffs? And a team like GAM especially have proven they can be right there. They took CFO to Game 5 last finals, even going over internationally, performing very, very valiantly. So being in this position for them isn't going to be comfortable, but they certainly look like they have what it takes to get out fairly cleanly.
Absolutely. But I mean, it's a scary prospect in a world where potentially somehow SHG comes out and reverse sweeps this. Suddenly you've got GAM down in that bottom group who would then pretty much gatekeep everyone and pretty much sentence DFM and Chiefs to a guaranteed relegation. So I mean, like, it's still kind of locked in, but there is a world in which maybe one of the other can escape. Actually, I think DFM is all but certainly going to, based on regional merits.
Yeah, so it's pretty guaranteed. I mean, it is guaranteed that it's either going to be Team Secret Wales or Vikings that find themselves as that relegation spot, because they have, the VCS has the most amount of representatives. So that is going to be the regional merit representative, unless one of them comes 8th. Whoever comes 8th, though, wow, whoever's the lowest standing that isn't a partner team would be that other one that has to battle out the winner of the wildcard regions, which, by the way, I mean, especially looking at the PCS and the VCS, you've got Dino winning over in the VCS. They look ridiculously strong. And then you've got DFM, you've got Frank that are in the PCS that likewise look very, very tough. So you're not going to want to find yourself at that bottom seed. You're not going to want to find yourself down there. But still, we've got playoffs to think of for these 2 teams. Rise and Talia. Talia over on the side of GAM. For Emo, who's performed on this champion time and time again. Fate on the Rise. Not the most known Rise player, but I'm sure he's certainly capable.
And a Jarvan to pair with it. Obviously, Yunara, Yorick, and Oriana being banned away by GAM. Aurora, Varus, and Pantheon. I mean, the Great Wall of Sparta are going to be denied again. Unfortunately, it's been few and far between since that mid-season, I think, showcasing just how strong that Pantheon is.
You called up a good name. They're like, you know what? No, we don't want him to use that.
Nerf it into the ground.
Take that one away. Lucian very early on into the draft here for Artemis, so they can pair it alongside the Braum. They can also wait. You can just pretty much put that with anything nowadays.
Yep.
So I imagine jungle to me looks like what you probably should pick up immediately. So we'll see if they're thinking along the same lines.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of Pantheon in the jungle, each champion has its own like r/whatever main. Yeah. And the Pantheon mains, I saw a post. It was like, why is Pantheon played in jungle in pro play? It's like, okay, interesting. Okay, obviously it's not seeing a lot of jungle play in ranked.
It is. I mean, I can speak from experience.
From where the mains usually tend to hang out.
Oh, right. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, I certainly see a lot of Pantheon. I don't queue up ranked all that much anymore, but At least in my games, it's often there. Ezreal picked, so I mean a huge advantage in the draft for GAM already.
Your other Desert Island draftee.
Yes, yeah.
Yorick may not see the light of day, unfortunately, so you may not have to. You might have to pick a third champion to go with you at this rate. But Ryze, Jarvan, Ezreal. I mean, again, decent amount of spell output. The problem being Talia and Lucian can run a little bit rampant through those team fights, especially in the hands of Artemis. I think he's good chance he's going to be dancing around SHG.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot to lock him down. I mean, you have the Rune Prison, but there's ways to just deal with that, really. Even if you are Rune Prison, it's not like you're too terribly worried. You've got the Braum that can come in and take the bunch of the damage that's trying to, you know, come smashing into you. But
the brunt.
Yeah, the brunt. That's the better word. Man, oh man, English is truly just a rough language.
It can be. It can be. We're still struggling with that, and we're commentating a region that has how many different languages being spoken in it. Oh, okay. Nico and Bard being targeted away from Gang. I would have thought, well, Alio definitely would have taken them more of the targeting there, but given that they've already got their support, it makes sense. The Bard and Nico do reasonably well into what's already been shown by GAM.
Yeah, absolutely. So
and synergistically, kind of crazy with the Jarvan.
Yeah, I mean, the Karma is able to be picked up here for the side of SHG for that strong bottom lane. It's going to be very punishing against the Lucian, but we'll see if they do opt into it. At least for the time being, Evie's going to be happy to get himself that Ambassador again. He had a great performance on it last week, looking to replicate it to try and get himself a third game here to contest for that final spot. Well, not final spot, I guess the final spot will be the second series of the day, but still, GAM still needing to pick up their top and jungler. And there we have it. Captain Levy has locked himself in the Z. Now, in theory, a flex, you could send Talia jungle Z into mid, but more than likely would be the Z in the jungle. And so a top laner now to come out for Kiaya to round out the composition of GAM. I'm not really sure what their composition is right now.
Do you angle something magic in the top lane, given that you...
okay,
so the Jax.
Does a bit of both.
Yeah, a bit of both. It's a fairly solid champion as well in the hands of Kiaya. This is, I mean, look, the last time I think we saw Levi play, it was against CFO.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look, it still actually looked reasonably good, that game.
It did. I believe it was in the regular season.
No.
I don't think
it was. Yeah, it was.
I think it was in the regular season. It was game 3, and he did lose on it, but he started off well. Admittedly, a great champion against Jarvan. It's going to be nearly impossible to keep this Z locked in, and much to the same vein of the Lucian, right? It's very hard to lock down the Lucian with the champions that SHG have. Well, Zed is arguably slipperier than him. So, I mean, the weak sides of Zeds do exist, but usually that comes in the form of if you're CC'd, it's going to be a pretty rough time. Not a whole lot of CC to deal with the champion this game round. I mean, the Jarvan early always opens itself up to the fact that, well, you have this champ that's so great against these immobile champions, but look at it. I mean, every single champ, barring the Talia, can make it out of that Cataclysm, and Talia can just stun him before he's able to even put it down.
Yeah, and then obviously, just at a certain point, she's going to have that Seeker's Arm Guard, the Zonya's. More than likely, she'll have that flash for a good long while.
Yeah.
There is just a significant lack of reliable lockdown for Levi. I mean, at best, probably your most reliable is either going to be the Rune Prison or the Headbutt Pulverize.
Yeah.
And even then, if you are off by even...
TK's there.
Yeah.
Not actually. Someone's just taken a picture of it.
He's everywhere.
I saw him posting a pretty beautiful picture of the Vietnam skyline.
He's starting the podcast.
Yeah. That's going to be interesting.
I hope we get the invite. He seems like a great guy to have a chat to.
Yeah.
I feel like the problem being is if we get invited, that episode is just not sticking to time.
True. You and I are known to yap a little bit. So would happen.
Certified yappers indeed.
Now, going to be interesting to see the Z. We have seen it before, of course. It's not a unique pick. It is to this split, however, so it'll be the first Z we've had this split.
Yeah. We've had 3 notable Zs this year.
No, 2. We've had 2.
Oh, dear. Oh, yeah. Pirate Rise, I do rate it. That and Zombie Rise.
Yeah. See, I use Triumphant because you can't really get it anymore.
Yeah. Israel.
It shows I've won a tournament.
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, I think Gang just edges that one out. Oh, Fate.
Yeah, oh, Fate has walked criminally far up, and I mean, if there's one way to start a game as the Jungle Z, it's with First Blood. Just throws in that shuriken, claims it, yoink, that'll be mine.
Oh, his first back is going to be scary.
I mean, it's just, why? Why is Fate walking up against a team composition like this, completely blind to put down a ward on the Raptors? If you want that ward, you're going to need more than just the immobile rise. Now, he loses teleport level 1.
And it should have happened a lot sooner.
Look at this. They have no information. He walks up, and it's just absolutely over.
Yeah. And unfortunately, the headbutt's only going to get you so far. Could have been disastrous. Gang could have been caught there as well, but... I mean, Fate holds his flash. I think that's the main thing.
Yeah, but loses teleport, so that just makes this lane miserable.
Yeah.
It's really, Emo just has to continue trading health, and he's going to be able to teleport back. Fate will not have that luxury.
The slow, sad walk of shame from the base.
A little bit
comes
faster
time to recall. Yeah.
Giving you that little boost to make it through the base.
Even still, when your opponent's teleported back to lane already. Oh, and you look at the HP for Fate already.
Yeah. I mean, it's a hard lane. You're just outranged. And admittedly, once there is one singular avenue, realistically, for Johan to punish on this map, and it is the Talia. The Rise with that guaranteed CC. If Emo's ever misusing Flash, he will be an absolute target, but still. The priority is going to be there. The lane pressure is going to be there. It's going to be pretty hard for Fate to try and bait out the Flash, let alone Johan to make it through that scattered earth to do much the same.
Absolutely. Already in the top lane, Kia bullying Evie. Shoved all the way up to the tower. I mean, Fate doing what he can. Will have just that little bit quicker recyclability on the wave clear compared to Emo, but it is going to cost him so much of his mana.
Emo.
Oh boy.
This could be Fate's flash, although he gets the Rune Prison. Is going to be able to narrowly step out of the way of those pebbles. Now, unfortunately, again, we're in that situation where one of our mid laners has the teleport, one doesn't, but Johan possibly looking to punish. Instead, he's going towards the jungler's favorite camp on the map, and the miss smite from Levy, but he still gets it with the shuriken.
And Johan's flash to boot. Oh, bleak scenes across the rift for SHG.
Yeah, it is rough. But again, you've got to give credit. GAM are playing fantastically well. A very, very strong team. And honestly, it's not too surprising to see them in that third position, in that spot that they have to contest for this contenders group, just because of how strong the competition is up there already.
Yeah, I mean, it is worth contextualizing as well. So Team Secret Wales has had GAM's number in the regular season. The opposite is true during playoffs. GAM has twice now knocked Team Secret Wales out of playoffs.
Oh, the stun. Levy's here. Does he have the shadow back and available to himself? If he does, it's going to be Fate's flash, all but certain to be used. Doesn't even use the shadow, just a flash E auto. And Fate, you can't flash an auto attack. Taken out, no teleport, no flash, and not a whole lot of hope in this lane no more.
That was entirely mind games there from Levi. Absolutely, he would have had that shadow up. But he says, no, as soon as I throw that shadow, he's flashing away. So he does, he just completely mind games Fate, sends the flash forward, gets the combo out, and yeah, the truth of all truths in League of Legends, you cannot flash an auto attack.
Rule number 2, that is. Of course, I'm pretty sure everyone is familiar with rule 1.
Don't chase Singed.
Yep.
Yeah. Rule 3. Oh, okay. I was going to say Rule 3 is, of course, don't tower dive an Ambessa. But, I mean, look.
Oh, no. Johan doesn't have flash. Oh, it is a disaster. Look at Kia's player cam. Small little grin. Goes and takes a drink.
Oh, yeah. Don't tower dive an Ambessa post 6. Pre-6, perfectly fine, especially if you're Jax and you just molly-womper out of existence.
Yeah, I mean, GAM... Again,
it's crazy that Ambessa is returning to lane a foot shorter.
Played Whack and Mbessa.
Yeah.
Well, quickly running away with it, our GAM again, looking to improve upon their speed run that they provided in game 1. SHG, it is an important game for them. But, I mean, it's just so rough. Trying to get up into that contenders group and standing in front of you is GAM, the team that just finished second. The most recent of our LCP splits.
And put the screws to a number of teams at MSI.
Yeah, Fury and G2.
Yeah.
The number is in fact 2. But so close.
Yeah, look, it's an interesting one. I think Fury finds themselves in a similar boat to the LCP, woefully underestimated, and come out and play an absolute stunner of a tournament, given the expectations.
Game 1 against G2, if I remember correctly. No one expecting that. Took it to 5. Took GAM to 5 as well.
And there is a bit of a bond. The CFO has a bit of a Brazilian fan group.
They do. Starting up the Flying Pearls.
Maybe they could be our sister region. Take the world down.
Well, our sister region at every competition is just whoever we
knock out of the tournament.
No, it's whoever we allow to stay in the tournament. Emo will not connect. That could have been disastrous for Fate, but now that actually turns things around here in the mid lane as Emo, he has no flash on the Talia, he has no scattered earth, and it's as simple as can be. Cataclysm used for a bit of fun, added effect perhaps.
Emphasis.
Yeah. Kiaya flashing forward, does have the Grandmaster's Might. Evie's going to pull the trigger, but the sidestep for Kiaya. Not going to be able to find the kill for now. Very, very close battles going on here in the top lane. Neither one getting the best of the situation, but Evie does keep his flash, so possible avenues for outplays for him now.
Or Evie playing a very dangerous game. The plate steals first item for Kiaya, paying dividends right now. A kill back into the hands of Rise. Fate has been under the heel so far this game, so a bit of a reprieve, gets a bit of gold back in his pocket. Unfortunately, Emo's still ahead. Has that global pressure. Somewhat matched by the Realm Warp, but not quite as quick on that trigger. Oh, Evie.
Yeah, that's his abilities down. He does have his shield for now. The stun comes through, but not able to get onto him. And realistically, at best you get a flash, at worst you die. So,
yeah,
best to not tempt fate.
But making a lot of noise on the top lane allows Levi to get that dragon away. Johan was in the vicinity looking to try and punish Kiaya for his staying as long as he has. Eclipse finished for Levi at 9 minutes into the game.
Yeah, now the Void Grubs will be there. SHG quick on the move, but now Emo able to come and contest the Scuttle Crab. Johan smites that one away.
Elio has 6 first, so Glacial Fish is going to be up and available.
And neither top laner taking a recall yet, means they're both heavily stunted at this Void Grub fight if it were to break out. You see Levy there, level 7 with the Eclipse versus Johan just with the Tunneler.
Oh boy, the damage that Johan's already taken. They will get the one at the very least. GAM's collapsing though.
One of the Void Grubs taken. Levy biding time. Emo and Elio trying to find a way in, but SHG doing a good job of controlling this area, bringing up Marble to ensure it goes over, but this has left a lot of time alone for Artemis. Gets himself that plate, gets himself some extra waves. The big winner in terms of that gold is going to be him on the Lucian, but at least the objective was secured by the side of SHG. All 3 grubs picked up.
Yeah, despite that time alone, Artemis not actually coming out on top there. Marble still holds that lead. So they've had some decent farm going Marble's way from being... He is
Israel.
Yeah.
And you have to be very far ahead as Israel. Your champ, I mean, you have a really good 2-item power spike. After that, these crit 80 carries well and truly take over. And as things stand, I don't think the gold lead is enough to justify the pick. but we'll see. Maybe Marble's about to pop off. We've seen his Israel before. We've seen him have some phenomenal games on the champion.
Yeah. Oh, he's had some hugely clutch moments with the team.
Yeah, I just always think of that 1v... Well, it wasn't 1v4, but he gets a quadra kill after some phenomenal outplays in a fight.
Oh, yeah. He was definitely putting the screws to... I can't even remember who it was off the top of my head now.
Yeah, I think it was CFO, because immediately the game... no, I think it was actually PSG.
Yeah, they were well and truly punching above their weight.
Yes, it was against PSG. They like won that fight, and then Casa just altered him next fight, and it was over.
Yeah.
as Vi.
The quintessential slow burn PSG talent.
Less so now. Well, I mean, kind of. It's just been going in the wrong direction. It's been their house on fire.
Still growing pains.
For sure. I mean, it's a tough entry to the tournament, going up into this contenders group. You're going against so many strong names.
Oh, and the pressure as well, given how the year's gone.
Yeah. Speaking of pressure, GAM certainly putting some pressure on SHG. Again, just perpetually 6th here in LCP for the year 2025. Has this SHG team been?
Yeah.
Winning here and winning the game after would guarantee that is not a possibility, at least for the regular season. Now, you could still bail out at 6th in the playoffs, but...
might get you a slightly more favourable matchup, although in saying that...
I just think every team is so strong.
Yeah, playoffs contention teams are just so hard coming in as a 6th place team. Well, that gold lead has swung back Artemis's way. He's got himself Essence Reaver finished up as well, so no longer will he be suffering. Oh, okay. Marble suffering. Marble's having a nightmare.
Yeah, Culling comes out, nowhere to stop it, so just takes a reasonable amount of damage.
Bit of a lull period, 45 seconds off the X-Dragon, of course, which is where GAM has already focused their efforts early on. So, okay, there, Triforce done. Those Mystic shots are going to do a little more than tickle now.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Not too much more.
Into illusion, yeah, well. Unfortunately, hitting them is going to be the real problem.
Yeah, not the most amount of lockdown to ensure those Mystic shots land either. Realistically speaking, you have that Rune Prism. The headbutt Pulverize. I think if it's off the back of a public execution, this Israel is probably mispositioned.
And I mean, in saying that, Bron then jumps in Glacial Fizz as a response. So you haven't got the, well, yeah, not the most reliable, but also the borderline most reckless. Dragon is up. SHG this time round have been progressive, you know, positioning more proactively in terms of the macro.
Good trading now out of Evie, now that he has got that Eclipse online.
Okay.
Weaver's wall. Gang's going to be cut off. Does have the flash, but chooses to turn around. Is going to pop that ultimate, but a lot of CC coming down onto him. Glacial Fissure connects, but no follow-up damage, meaning he is going to be able to get away. A lot of cooldowns utilized there. Weaver's wall, Glacial Fissure. Gang, though, is going to be pretty hard-pressed to find his way back into this fight, especially changing to that exhaust. Ooh. Marble, my lord, what a chunk of damage Levy found onto him. Constant poke from these Talia Qs. Elio comes in and the damage is there. Down goes Johan. Split seconds was all it took. Kaya taking a lot of damage bot, but able to get himself clear of the threat. Now recalls will be coming through. The Dragon yet to be started up as Gang finds his way back onto the rift. Pressuring away at Levy. Will be able to take the Scuttle Crab. But the Dragon not likely to be started just yet.
They have drug Evie up. Okay, it's just going to be the recall, reset, and I think that's probably the smart call given Levi's mobility on the Z. He could just hop into the pit and steal that away. They've got a great ward to at least anticipate it, and Artem is feeling very confident right now. And Elio just catching so much of that damage in the team fight.
Absolutely. Clearing out this ward now. Complete control over this bottom side river is going to be GAM starting up on this dragon. Down now to half HP and given over for free. So second dragon of the game goes this way of GAM, and they're now one Monster Slayer point away from the feats of strength.
Ooh. Infernal Soul. And yeah, I mean, you look at it, Elio has used so much mana. The great damage coming out from Levi onto Marvel there means that he has to play well deep into the back line. And then the jump in, and all that damage that Elio is absorbing just keeps GAM in such a great spot to then transition to the Dragon take. Cataclysm couldn't even be used there by Johan, which is the rough spot.
Yeah, now Rift Herald, they have control over the Dragon Fate using that Realm Warp. May be able to find his way now onto Emo, but Weaver's Wall available for him on the Talia. He's desperately trying to find a way out, some passage. True Shot Barrage lands on him. Elio's now here. Levy much the same. Emo, he's got nowhere to run, but he goes through the wall, and out he gets scot-free. It's a trade of those globals between the mid laners, but no harm, no foul. GAM are going to take this opportunity now to start up the Rift Herald.
I mean, the True Shot Barrage, they're interrupting, but Johan and gang might be looking for a collapse. I don't know if this is the smart call.
Rift Herald already going down.
Oh,
Johan
my lord.
maybe trying to find his way now onto the Talia. Not even able to move. Down he will go. Gang now in the middle of 4 people and taking less damage. It's still an insurmountable total landing onto him as Levy follows over that arcane shift with the death mark, but not going to have the damage to take down Marble as he loses both sums.
Yeah, I mean, it was an interesting call from SHG. You really had forfeited almost entirely that control of the top side. You could have just let that Herald go down. You kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, in all honesty.
Yeah. The stat pad is down the bot lane, still hitting each other.
Yeah.
But yeah, Johan, he just gets stunned up and he's gone. Just absolutely gone.
And yeah,
Gang in the middle of nowhere.
Elio again just catching all that damage from both Marble and Fate. Great little clip there on the Marble. And just Levi almost entirely zoning him out. But yeah, just maybe a little bit too eager to try and contest that. And what was a pretty heavy-sided matchup for a while now is swung back, and Kiaya, having hit that Triforce, is a real problem. In fact, he's winning out more often than not in these trades. Public execution could have been a setup for something, just completely sidestepped out there. Hit him with the goose step.
Find Johan. Johan's going in onto Artemis. Artemis flashes away.
Oh, wow.
Dodges the pulverize, and Gang has been annihilated. That's a double kill for Levy. Going to be able to continue on through if he so chose to. Artemis certainly is. And the volley will connect. On the backside of things, Evie getting this Jax down to such a minuscule total of HP. But HP still is there.
Oh, wow.
Glacial fissure. Marble's knocked up. Marble's knocked down. And Evie will suffer the same fate. There's nowhere to go. And GAM strike with the ace.
Oh, such narrow margins of error there. It looked like, for all intents and purposes, there was maybe an avenue to answer back, but no, Artemis says, come on, don't you worry. I've got the damage to do this here with the Flicker Blades, with the Essence Reaver. All that while, Kiaya was taking so much, survives, gets himself back to base, buys up his tunneler, and he teleports straight up, gets the tier 1 on the top side as well. I mean, you look at it here, so aggressive for Artemis. Looking for it, they then turn on him, he flashes out, just avoids everything. Gang just melted. Johan drops the Cataclysm, his body hits the ground after the Cataclysm goes through. Fate chased down as well. Marble kept at arm's length. You look at just the blinking health bars across the board.
This is the moment. Marble, I mean, there's a lot of low health bars, but Elio keeping that ultimate available. Flashes, lands the Winter's Bite, and I mean, there's nowhere he can go. You can't dash over those walls, and with no flash, it's a pretty done deal for Artemis to finish off. 26 minutes was the length of game 1, and GAM looking to improve upon it.
Herald's still in pocket as well as the mid-tier 1 falls. They drop it immediately. Kiaya in the driver's seat. They're going to ram it on into that tier 2. Big damage. They back away.
5 people here on both sides. Evie You see him lurking. Here comes the round warp. It's a flank. It's a flank for Gang, and Gang alone. He's knocked up. The Glacial Fissure's fantastic, but what can SHG find? Nothing. A three-man stun from the counter-strike. Deathmark comes down. Shutdown going the way of Evie, but blinking health bars across the rift. These Essence Fluxes are absolutely wailing through the health bars of GAM, but with the carries alive, Artemis will seal the deal. Artemis and Emo standing tall.
An absolute dance of a team fight there for GAM. And they walk away. They've lost 3, but they've taken everything and the bank from SHG. Dragon number 3 up and ready to go. Artemis well capable of taking this on his own, but Emo says, yeah, there's nothing to gain here. I'm going to take it for myself. TP goes out from Gang. Just wants to make sure those wards go down to deny any chance at Atakan shenanigans.
Soul point now for the side of GAM, and admittedly SHG, while they lose the fight, they pick up a lot of shutdowns. I mean, you'll see Fate is relatively untouched the entire time, and he is ripping through the health bars. Gang finds the flash engage, headbutt, flash, pulverize, lands onto 3. Kaya looks to turn it around, and Evie much the same. He's on the back line here. He's being a right nuisance, and Johan's Cataclysm forces out so much from GAM and allowed Fate so much room, and just look at how close this could have been. If that flick misses, it could have even been Fate carrying across that team fight, but Emo, he doesn't.
Even Captain Levi knows, ooh, that was a bit dicey. And it was a big chunk of change that does go into the pocket of Fate. Unfortunately, not enough to even things out. Oh boy.
Elio on the Brawn will be fine. Emo, however, might not have the same to say. Fate's going to be jumped on immediately. It's Levy's looking for him. A lot of damage does come down to him, and Gang is absolutely one shot. Atakan could be on the mines here as Artemis going forward, continuing on, looking more for Marble, who will have to flash away, but Artemis isn't done. That's going to be at least the Seraph shield popped. Elio getting absolutely one-digged by this Atakan, but will be able to walk on out of that. Now 5 members tall for the side of GAM. Gang is down with no teleport, meaning this Atakan is a done deal.
Oh, the TP.
Uh-oh. Evie, not much to say, buddy.
Yeah, it's a rough one. It is unfortunately well telegraphed. Atakan taken 18-4, the kill count. The grub's taken by SHG, and they haven't had much more beyond that, unfortunately.
The only objective they've found this series was those grubs, but everything else going the way of GAM. 7-1-7 on the Z jungle for the time being is Levy.
Oh, look at it. This single-handedly zones out Fate there, takes out a good 60 to 75% of his HP. And then Artemis,
unrelenting,
just almost staunching out the 3 remaining members of SHG in the vicinity. And then, yeah, unfortunately, Evie, not quite Himothy in that teleport.
$10K gold advantage once again for the second time this series. On the side of GAM, 30 seconds until the spawn of this Baron. Remember, it was a 26-minute affair and some change in game 1. Looks to be a little bit longer this time round, and Fate in a position to do some damage, but nothing in comparison to this 3-item Lucian that he's steering down the barrel of. Admittedly, not the highest damage Lucian build of all time. These Cullings will be hitting stronger than usual, but Levy as well on the Z, so strong. Cooldown reduction, kind of unreal.
Yeah. We saw that damage on the fight in the last Fate rather in the last team fight. Has the Seeker's arm guard now, so potentially could look to mitigate some of it, but realistically you kind of want to hold that until you're in a bit of a rough spot. And Kaya and Evie again. Oh boy.
Yeah, but Fate's here this time, and that's going to be Kaya overstacking his mark. There's no one here in support.
You say that.
For the time being, but Levy makes it down there, and Evie's down, and Fate is much the same. Kaya, he was so low, it looked like a sure deal that he's going down, but GAM, they are a family. They're able to turn up in time. Marble dodges out of that flick. But what a great death mark. Gang left in no man's land as Johan will get the flag and drag away and leave Alistair to fall. GAM just so impressive.
Yeah, didn't need Baron last time around, but this time they figured, heck, why not? We've got everything we could possibly want in this situation. We have total control of the game. It's here and available. Rather than any sort of shenanigans around the Rise, let's make sure this is as best a match as possible. Johan, well and truly a known quantity, is just going to fall to Emo.
Yeah. Oh, my lord. Alio
what a
actually
catch.
Ended up putting up the shield, and I think Smite would have got it done, but the timing there by Marble was impressive.
Yeah, and you look at it, you think dead to rights, absolutely. Public execution comes down, the Sundered Sky heal, and then suddenly Levi has showed up as his Artemis, and Fate could not quite get far enough away from the Goddess of the Hunt.
Dragon number 4. Oh, dearie me. Oh, dearie me, Gang. Is trying to get himself away. The CC's there, and Alio might look to finish off this one.
Oh, boy.
1v1, Mano, but Kaya going Mano is absolutely tearing through Evie's health bar. Able to get himself out, but Gang, off our screens, did fall.
Poor Evie. Gang just offering him up on a plate. And Kaya straight back out onto the rift, does lose the tower, unfortunately, but he can now start working on that top lane with that Baron buff active.
Artemis getting so aggressive. Ooh, the Winter's Bite predicts the flag and drag, but doesn't have the legs on it.
Oh boy.
Nice stun coming through.
Oh
Evie
boy.
might be in a hell of a trouble, but does just manage to get away. Not willing to give over too much here. It's Fate in the back lines, has the phase rush, is trying to get himself out and will. My lord, Artemis. Artemis is in the middle of absolutely everyone. How is he going to battle out of this one? Flash is there.
He does.
Onions for Fate. He's going back. He gets himself a second. 3 for 0 so far as Levy secures the 4th, and Johan on the Jarvan can do very little. It will be GAM taking game 2. All the question is, will Johan be found as well? Able to sidestep away from at least the glacial fissure, but he's got nowhere to run. Artemis flashes after him.
Call an ambulance, but it's not for Artemis. He was completely pinged there. Elio flashes over the wall just to try and save his bot laner. But he's got the fancy feet, as did GAM, a 2-0 to hold their spot in the contenders group. SHG rising towards the peak of the mountain, tumble back down to base camp.
Now, they will be remaining in that breakout group alongside, at least for now, the Chiefs and DFM. We'll find out who will be joining them in our second series of the night, but GAM rightfully earning their spot in the contender group again. I mean, you come into the series, you do feel like that will be the case, and all it's about is GAM still looking as strong as they were last week? Well, our questions were answered, looking even stronger, you'd argue.
No, I cannot think for the life of me there was a moment in that single series where GAM looked weak. Yeah. They single-handedly dominated the macro. The one objective they give over is, I think it was a tower on the top side there to Fate at the end, and then of course the Grubs at the very start. Game 1 did not give a darn thing. They completely gapped SHG in the second game, despite Fate being such a powerhouse threat that he was. Captain Levi on the Z brings it out once again. An absolute threat. They just could not find a space to play their team fights without him threatening it in the back line. And then, of course, Emo. He consistently performs on this Talia.
He certainly does. A great series out of Emo. I mean, MVP for the series, you have to give it to Levy. But I think honourable mention certainly to Emo as well as Artemis. I think both of them played their roles fantastically. I mean, Artemis pushing the absolute limits of that Lucian in game 2.
10-0-12 by the end of that game, I think. Might have been 9-0-12. I'm not sure if he got a final kill there at the end. But yeah, I mean, how many times did it look like Artemis had been caught dead to rights and he still just somehow miraculously just saunters his way out of danger and carries on? I mean, yeah, 28 and 4 kill game. GAM proving justifiably why they were the ones to claim that second MSI spot.
Yep, absolutely. And now they get to guarantee at least the chance to do it again, to make it to that world spot, because 3 teams will be going, 6 teams will make it to playoffs, and they're guaranteed to be at least one of those.
I mean, for my money, one of those 3 spots going to Worlds is 100% GAM's. I think personally it's probably going to be second given how they've looked in playoffs against Team Sigur's, but I think Team Sigur's more than likely going to be that 3rd team unless PSG Talon literally hit the afterburners now and do nothing but rise to the top for the remainder of the season finals. And I mean, you look at it, even when SHG looked like they had a shout in, it just still wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, this was a close fight. I think Gang started this one off very, very well. The turnaround is just so much room for Fate. Look at him the whole time, just multi-man Essence Fluxes, absolutely roaring through those health bars. And if this game wasn't already a 5-6k gold advantage to GAM when this fight started, it very well and truly would have gone the way of SHG, but just the wallet gap that GAM had at that stage of the game was insurmountable, despite the phenomenal plays coming out of SHG.
Even Levi said, okay, maybe it was a bit too close to comfort, but yeah, no, he played a phenomenal game from the Wukong to the Z. He just completely and utterly out-macroed Johan from start to finish. He just dominated every single neutral objective. He was just consistently at the right place at the right time, reading into ganks and counter ganks. It was exactly what you want to see from the man.
Yeah, absolutely. And earns himself that player of the match, of course. And I mean, now really showing that he's come back, and he's come back online, right? Because their first 2 series, Team Secret Wales and CFO, it felt like the team as a whole was not performing as well as at the end of the mid-season, or even as they did over at MSI. So it's good to see them come back to form and now guarantee themselves a playoff spot, but more importantly, able to keep themselves with that momentum going as they head into the second phase, the second round robin.
And yeah, look, it may not have been the final bell, but it was definitely the start towards the end. It felt like Fate just getting caught out for absolutely nothing there. And consistently, I think Elio, kind of an unsung hero this series, just pulled off some magnificent stuff with the Brom. He denied so much in so many of these team fights, hit so many of those passive procs. You look at every single one of these glacial fissures that he's hitting throughout the game onto key targets to enable the team to do as much as they possibly can in the follow-up team fights. And yeah, Levi, he was something else on the Z.
Yeah, very impressive game. Again, like Artemis, he gets knocked up, Gang's on him. The great flash once again gets himself out of that CC, and it's an absolute wipe at this point. Blast Cone even to make sure they're able to get out of that Cataclysm and keep providing that DPS. And I mean, there's a nice edge here. Marble, there was an avenue. You really see it. I mean, if you're able to take down Levy, there's 4 very low health members of GAM, but Elio, he never used that Glacial.
No, he did. It was on cooldown. So it literally just comes off cooldown moments before he drops it onto Marble. But yeah, I mean, just consistently throughout this game on the Brom, single-handedly frontlining for his team. And again, look at it. Glacial Fissure just disrupting things. Fate and Marble get caught there. Means that they're a little bit slower to the uptick when that fight starts. And I mean, I think realistically, if Fate hadn't been clipped by that and he gets that little bit more damage out, suddenly there's a real chance that SHG actually take this fight. Because you look at how close this was. He gets a massive shutdown under Levi. Unfortunately, yeah, gets caught there, stunned up. But if he's that fight there a little bit earlier, Artemis probably takes a little bit extra chip damage. Who knows? Whatever the case may be, it is GAM walking away, but very, very narrow margins.
Yeah. Yeah, 1v2 on the ball. I mean, he should have been dead here, it feels, but not quite. Yeah, pretty easy cleanup at this point. I think one last fight will be this one. Artemis, I mean, Fate had gone the long way around to eventually end up here, but Artemis with the flash, and Evie not able to make it over the scattered earth without getting stunned up, buys enough room for the Lucian to get himself out scot-free. But our second series of the night, of course, it's another group breaker matchup. It's PSG, who are yet to pick up a single game in the season finals, going up against the strongest team in the breakout group in the Vikings. I mean, I don't really know what to expect, because Vikings look strong against the weaker opponents. PSG look weak against the better opponents. Now, you saw how dominant GAM were over SHG. PSG did have close-ish games against GAM. They looked a little bit more competitive at times, so I don't know what to expect. The only thing I will say is I do think that PSG will come out looking better than they did last week.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be interesting to gauge just how wide the gap is between the two groups at this current standings. But like you said, PSG Talon have just fallen so flat coming into the season finals, and I will 100% put that down to growing pains. You've had Fofo, who has just been such a core part of this roster up until this final split. Unfortunately, has to step away due to health issues. Maple comes out of his 6-month retirement to step back into pro play, and that is going to be jarring in and of itself. So you can give them that sort of benefit of the doubt, but only for so much longer. If they get knocked down into this breakout group, the questions really start to mount up.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, here, the side of the Vikings, they did start with Shogun last week up against SHG, I think it was. I can't remember now. Whoever they were against, they did start
Chiefs.
with Shogun. It was Chiefs. They started with Shogun. They won game 1. They lost game 2, and this brought Style back in immediately, who very much sealed the deal. I think Style is who they will play with going forward, maybe toying with the idea of doing an AD carry situation of what we see in CFO, where they can sub in and sub out, but for the time being, the more steady does look like Style, and so he is going to be starting here. Of course, very high stakes. Again, same as the last series, winner will ensure themselves a place into the playoffs, be able to contest for higher seeds as well in that contender group. But before we get there, we are going to take a break. When we do come back, though, it's PSG Talon searching for not just a series win, but a singular game win here in the season finals, up against the Vikings, who are on a hot form.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true love is really just a phase. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Last time I was in PCS playoffs 2 years ago in Type A, I came over here and it was very, very hard to compete. I was practicing in OCE for the whole year, and having to come here and level up to play against the teams was very difficult, and unfortunately we didn't perform very well. But now I'm back in Type A. I love the city, and I think now we're practicing against good teams. We're working together as a team, and we've really, really leveled up. I reckon we'll do pretty amazing this split.
实当初是没有想要再回来的，只是刚好有这个机会，所以就来。其实赛区合并整体实力强蛮多的，但是对于第一名来说还是很有信心。退役礼包吗？这个有办第2次的话，记得再买1次。
Do you remember 17? You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. Boy, how wrong I'd be.
Welcome to a new era of League of Legends in the Asia Pacific region. The 2025 League of Legends Championship Pacific, or LCP, introduces an exciting new format that elevates competition like never before. As the season reaches its peak, teams are divided into the contender and breakout groups based on their mid-season standings. Teams compete in a best-of-3 round robin with performances resetting the slate. In a group breaker match, lower-ranked contender teams face off against top breakout teams. Winners ascend to the contender group, while losers join the breakout group. Double elimination matches then determine which teams advance to the playoffs. Only the strongest will qualify for Worlds and claim the title of LCP champion. To keep the competition fierce, the LCP introduces a promotion and relegation tournament. Top-performing domestic teams challenge lower-ranked LCP teams for a chance to rise to the elite level.
Throughout the 2025 LCP season, the domestic leagues will be taking place. LJL, PCS, VCS, and other domestic competitions will continue battling for their chance to join the LCP in 2026. The top teams from each league will be included in the promotion and relegation event that takes place in October. The 4 guest teams will have a chance to keep their spot as the regional representative for 2026 by battling the winning team from their home region. Each domestic league will send their champion to fight in the promotion relegation match against the current representative from their league. The LCP Promotion and Relegation Tournament introduces high stakes for guest teams. By the end of the season finals, 2 guest teams may face relegation based on league standings. The first, known as the free-for-all spot, will go to the lowest placed guest team, regardless of their home region. The second, the regional merit spot, considers regional placement. If multiple guest teams share a home region, the lowest ranked among them competes. Otherwise, the second lowest guest team overall will enter the tournament. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. This is what we're made of.
Second and final series of the night, of course, PSG going up against the Vikings. Now, the worst performing team from the contender group going up against the best performing team of the breakout group. And it's very difficult, realistically, to gauge where on the scale both of these teams are in comparison to one another, but certainly momentum-wise, Vikings would be favored.
Yeah, look, if the internet and chat and Reddit are anything to go by, there are people who are saying that Chiefs Esports' first win of the season finals might just be against PSG Talent. And look, I think they're pretty up to money there. I think PSG Talent really could bring it back at any time, but you could understand the logic of it given how things have been going up in that contender group. Vikings looking much more capable than they've shown, at least in the mid-season. It's hard to quantify compared to the season kickoff because of how the game state was. But yeah, right now they are looking well and truly locked in. They've played some phenomenal League of Legends through this season final so far. But you just, again, we don't know quite how large that gap between the two groups is.
Yeah, absolutely. And this graphic is not correct. They did an announcement on their Twitter page that it will, in fact, be Style starting out on the side of the Vikings. So it will be him coming out in that AD carry position, I believe. Obviously, it could change on the day, maybe making some decisions. Who knows? Someone could be sicker. When the walkouts happen, we will know who is playing. But realistically, I think coming into it, I do favor PSG to win this one. Again, while the Vikings do look cleaner, it's easier to look cleaner against competition that isn't so strong. And for PSG, they come in, they're against CFO, who are just the strongest team in our region, against Team Secret Wales, who at least in the best of threes have been fairly insurmountable for every single team that we have in the region as well. And then GAM, coming off the back of their international, they had a couple of losses. They are trying to pick up their momentum, and you can tell from the game they just played, they certainly have. So PSG on your screens there, looking to turn things around, looking to turn the split around.
Ooh, some last-minute words of wisdom.
Yeah.
Be wary of Kratos. He is a bit of a menace.
Absolutely. Corgi will be following them out, try and steer them in the right direction. But it's never an easy job. That is one thing I am sure of. It is very, very difficult at this stage of the game to guarantee yourself a win.
I mean, statistically, you look at it across the board in the head-to-head numbers. Vikings aren't taking, but again, different caliber of opponents. You just got to wonder how jarring this roster switch has been for the two, for PSG coming into it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it is definitely jarring, but there, especially with the level of, veteracy that they have, the experience that these guys have. I mean, Casa, Betty, and Maple all playing for years and years and years. They're going to be able to come in. They're going to be able to turn it around. All it requires is just something to click, and you have a week between each of your game days. You have that time to do it. The scrims there. You can scrim the best of our region. You can scrim the best of the LPL, the best of the LCK. The world really is your oyster when you are in this area of the world. So you expect them to come in looking hotter and hotter and hotter each week, yet to find that form, but it is just feeling like it's a matter of time.
I don't know if you want it to be their oyster, but given the record against the oysters so far this year, probably want it to be some other shellfish, which is a little bit easier to capitulate on and eat, because the flying oysters have been eating themselves better than anyone in the region so far. So yeah, look, it's not that there isn't the possibility. I mean, on paper, given the history of both these teams, PSG Talent should walk through this series a clean 2-0. On paper, that is how it should go. But that is not quite where they are at the moment. And those shortcomings could potentially come back to bite them. And it's a matter of how much work has been done coming into this, how much prep they've done, because even a small slip up here, just underestimating the Vikings could propel Talon down to that lower group.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the important thing when you are against the VCS teams, though, is we are going to have our player walkouts now, is generally the AD carry position, because all of the VCS teams, you have Artemis, you have Style, you of course have Eddie. They're all very, very phenomenal and competing to be the best AD carry in the league. Betty is also in that conversation. So I think that is one benefit PSG have, is that Betty, at least coming into the year, was kind of the strongest AD carry we had. Now maybe you'd argue Doggo is that, but Betty's certainly still up there. So I think realistically, you're feeling pretty okay as in a position stylistically here as PSG Talon.
Yeah, for sure. Kratos and Aj are walking onto the stage. It's going to be interesting. Whatever was said as Aj was getting ready to leave, you have to hope that it helps him. But yeah, Kasa Guri coming in. Kasa has ebbed and flowed this year for sure. He's had moments where he's looked really, really good. He's had moments where he's kind of fallen flat. Guri, much the same.
Maple, Catty.
We are Maple and Cardi. Maple, I mean, a tragic start to his tenure here in the LCP. Very little time now to turn it around.
I wouldn't even say tragic, just unrelenting.
Yeah,
it was just the gauntlet off the rip, coming back into pro play, and then of course, Betty and Style gonna be looking to take that control down in the bot lane. And this is where things, I think, for me, Vikings could really look to take at least a game win off the back of Sulong. I reckon they have looked so good with him on the pipe. They then, I think, got into their own heads and just have never picked it again. They have completely underutilized the champion, which has looked so good in his hands.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, the thing about Pyke is he's very hit or miss. Just that's the nature of him as a champion. You have to be ahead to make it work, because what Pyke typically does is kind of akin to the Nautilus and stuff, right? You're looking for these picks with your hook, but you get to spread gold around your team through usage of that ultimate. And I don't think it has the greatest place when it comes to the I guess esports of League of Legends. It's very, very hard to make it work. And I think when you came into the year, a lot of teams are a lot less certain, a lot less practice than they are now. So it is a lot more punishing to pick these champs.
It also relies on the jungle, actually, having a lot of momentum and a lot of tempo. So, I mean, look, realistically, I think there's still a chance they can make it work. Especially given how infrequently we've seen it into the second half of this year. I think there's a good chance he could potentially catch PSG Talon off a little bit, plus just his mobility. As soon as we see those supports sort of exit lane phase, he can become a real problem. But going into the draft, blue side for Talon, not having to fight over it this time around, they just get it by nature of being in that contenders group.
Absolutely. I mean, it's gonna be interesting, because it really is hard to tell how good Vikings are versus how rough the contenders group has been for PSG, right? It's very, very difficult to gauge. It's just two entirely different levels of competition. I mean, you can look at all of our splits so far to just see that.
Yeah.
I think so far both splits, SHG only picking up wins over DFM and Chiefs. I think DFM still only picking up wins over Chiefs. And then Vikings are in that group, so if you carry on the trend, and that's exactly what happened, they've won all three series very handedly. Whereas there's been a lot more maneuverability in the top four, even top five, throughout the entirety of the LCP so far this year. So heading into this one, again, I have to continue to say it's very hard to tell the relative levels of them both. Now, Nocturne and Bessa taken away immediately by PSG.
Yeah, no, definitely has been a rather interesting year. I mean, at the moment, PSG Talon feels like you've gone to rent a DVD and you think, oh, cool, it's a New Hope. I love Star Wars. And you open the case and it's Phantom Menace and you're watching Jar Jar Binks for 90 minutes. So hopefully we are getting the New Hope PSG Talon coming into this. And with the draft so far, they are taking away some of those big power picks away from the Vikings. So at least in the ban phase, they are looking like they're a little bit more on the ball. The Yunara taken away from Betty at the very tail end there by the Vikings.
Absolutely. Now first pick to come through on the blue side here for PSG. There's a lot open jungle in particular. I mean, Pantheon has been pretty continuously banned. Vikings willing to bite the bullet and let it go over if Casa was wanting to take that as that first pick.
Yeah, you've also got the Azir as well.
Yeah.
For Maple.
Maple has just gone back and back and back to that as soon as it's open.
Pantheon. I think, realistically, if you're PSG, I'm not that worried about Cardi taking the Azir. Okay, so it's just going to be a Senna Jarvan.
Wow, I mean, this screams pick Smolder to me, right? We've seen Doggo do it time and time again to great effect. Betty, very capable AD carry, should be able to find the Smolder angle here if he so wanted it. Also has the ability to get out of that Cataclysm with the flap.
Yeah, I don't know.
Smolder ability names are just the worst.
Yeah, Mom. No, it's going to be the Kai'Sa instead.
Okay. A lot harder of a lane to try and navigate. You
Kai'Sa Nico
with exactly Nico.
with the Pantheon. I mean, so this is just a very much all-in, get to the back lines, blow them up type deal. It's also the potential of a Talia as well. So they could go for that Great Wall of Sparta combo. Nautilus locked in for Sulong. So it's similar vein to Pyke. They both have hooks.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I don't really like what we're seeing from PSG thus far.
Which has been your criticism for the last however many years.
Yeah, 3 years. But the reason why is that we've got a pretty tough lane in the bot lane right now. Nico does even it out somewhat.
Oh, lordy. Oh, lordy. The punches just do not stop.
No.
Oh, dear.
But the reason is, right, like typically you kind of like Kai'Sa with the champs that dive because she likes to be able to go to an isolated target and you know, with her Cathian Rain do a little bit more damage when they are isolated. But the problem you end up facing is that Senna is very, very self-efficient, right? You're going to have these frontliners in the Jarvan, in the Nautilus, and the role it feels like this Nico is going to have to play is more of a defensive one. To try and bide that time for when Betty can find that forward angle. Now, of course, there are still 2 more champions to round out the comp, but it does feel a little bit odd for the time being.
I think Talia would be a smart ban here for the Vikings, because if you give that over to Maple, you've got the Great Wall of Sparta paired with a Kai'Sa. So all of a sudden, not only is it just Pantheon Talia into the back lines, you've got a Kai'Sa there as well. Nah. Okay. I mean, look, potentially the punish angle onto the Jarvan, but I don't know if that's justification enough.
This is banning for your top laner, but with the Na Aurora, which is obviously the 2 range champions taken away, I can't actually think of what that means. I mean, maybe the Aatrox, Na's a perfectly good matchup into the Aatrox, and it is something that Kratos has played quite a few times. Odd. I mean, they've obviously got a plan, and I'm excited to see what it is, but I just can't work it out for the time being. Orianna banned away from Cardi. It's a champion that he's played time and time again to great effect, so do like it. It also pairs exceedingly well with the Jarvan.
Do you maybe... Okay, Cassante?
This is a weird draft. So the range bans against Cassante. Of course, Cassante doesn't do that well into the range champs, but he also doesn't care that much either.
Yeah.
Like, he's going to be perfectly fine. He has the 2nd highest base HP regen in the game behind Vi. It's, odd.
I mean, surely... I don't see why there is no reason to not pick the Talia here for Maple.
Yeah, I mean, Ari is also an angle.
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of the global response, between the Weaver's Wall and the Grand Skyfall, you are just immediately outmatching Vikings in terms of numbers in every single opportunity post-6.
Yeah, a lot of magic damage, though, is the biggest problem they're now facing, right? Cassante, he's happy. He's very, very happy to buy magic resist. Now,
you just go
need to
AD in the top lane.
Yeah, you need to pair with some AD champion that is going to do fine into the Cassante. So what does RJ have in store for us?
Renekton? I don't know, like...
Yeah, Renekton. I wouldn't pick Renekton into
Aatrox.
the center.
Okay,
so they're going for the Aatrox. You're going to look for those flank angles onto the center. There is quite a lot of peel for her, admittedly, so a lot of the vision game is going to be very important to allow RJ some space in those team fights.
What's Cardi's pick here? I'm struggling to see an angle.
I mean, Azir. You can just go Azir.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think Azir is really good here.
But we haven't seen much of it from Cardi.
We have seen it, though, and it is going to be picked up. I think it's just the obvious answer. It's good into the Nico, right? You have that disengage. It's good into the Aatrox, much the same reason, and even the Pantheon and Kai'Sa. I think this is the... You could have picked this up way earlier in the draft as well, and it would have shut down what PSG was showing. As soon as the 2-3 came out of that Kai'Sa Nico, you can feel pretty comfortable to take the Azir. The only problem is that we saw last week the punish that came through with the Ziggs, so waiting until at least they saw the mid laner, then pick the Azir is why we saw it come out last, but I'm pretty sure this entire draft, they were just making sure there was a perfectly fine mid lane matchup to pick this up, because it's a very, very good champ into what PSG is showing.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is the global pressure from PSG talent. They can just sort of play for those side lanes all of a sudden. Kai'Sa and Maple come screaming out of nowhere.
Yeah, true, but it is a Cassante on the side lane, so like, whatever. If you're playing for the side lane, you're probably not getting that much. Yeah. And the Azir is just so self-sufficient in the side lanes with the amount of disengage available to the champion. If you put down the Weaver's Wall, he's almost certainly getting out of range of it by the time you arrive. But we'll see. I mean, PSG, they have had issues in the past. We'll see if they've shored those up. The team comp is not like it's just lost from the team.
No, absolutely not.
But it is certainly, at least from where I'm sitting, a team comp that does favor the side of the Vikings. Now, of course, that gets you so far, but if you fall behind, if this Azir falls behind, if the Senna falls behind, then very quickly, you know, with such an aggressive team composition coming out of the side of PSG, this can end up being a pretty quick affair.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one problem. There's a very real chance that into the comp, Vikings find themselves just sort of that step behind when it comes to making those proactive plays around the Rift.
Yeah.
Just because of the Grand Skyfall Weaver's Wall combo, and then suddenly Betty's in on top of you. So it is going to be, they're going to have to be on top of it in terms of the vision game, in terms of the macro play. They're going to have to be rotating pretty on point, because otherwise they're just going to get completely outpaced.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, the pressure on the side lanes, the pressure to look for picks is in favor of PSG, and they've got to keep the pace of the game up, which, I mean, unfortunately is not synonymous with them and is more synonymous with the Vikings. So that is like one of the big problems, right? You're kind of playing to the strengths of the enemy.
Yeah.
In many respects. Now, the team composition-wise, Vikings don't want a fast-paced game. They have the Azir. He's kind of happy to sit back and try and play those side lanes, come to the team fights at critical points, but yeah, I mean, in PSG,
which is almost the antithesis of, like, you know, the success that the VCS has found in the LCP.
Which is also PSG's comp is much the same for...
They've almost picked drafts that have adopted the other team's play style.
Yeah, very much so. But we'll see. I mean, so far what PSG have been trying has not been working, so there's no harm in trying to switch it up. I'm sure they've got some pretty good results in scrims and information from scrims that have allowed them to see, okay, well, we're actually doing better with these more aggressive, faster-paced comps. So we'll see if it does pay off, because so far we've seen them with the Yunara, it's a champ that typically wants to scale, the Vayne, the Sivir. So now we're going to get a more fast-paced, skirmish-heavy composition to see if we can make those pieces of the puzzle click.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But, I mean, the big focus, I think, is once we hit that 6, that's where things get interesting. But Vikings, it seems like it might just be a VCS thing, taking a beat, taking a breath, eyes closed, getting themselves focused and in the mindset. PSG 0-6. The fan base, the hopefuls, the faith, unfortunately, has been lost, but we do have a Flash Wolves hoodie there.
Yeah. So a timed fan, a tenured fan of, I guess, Betty, Maple, and Kai'Sa specifically, but that would make you assume PSG, I would think.
We'll see if that translates, yeah.
Yeah.
Taking a breather. Style. Focusing up.
Cardi's just waiting. Oh, there we go. Curry, on the other hand, he's not willing to close his eyes.
Man's got a bit of a job on his hands. Kai'Sa, at times, has looked like one of the strongest junglers in this competition.
Oh.
At others.
I'm taking a look at his wrist.
Yeah.
He's gone
back to humble beginnings.
Yeah. Always clearing those sinuses, old Kai'Sa.
Honestly, in every stadium that I've been in for a competition like this, the AC is pumping, so it does get a bit dry.
Yeah. What's it over there? Summer. So it's probably, yeah, you'd have the AC going in summer, I imagine, over in Taipei.
More than likely in Da Nang as well.
Yeah. Absolutely. Oh, what an exciting concept. A live roadshow finals for the first year of the LCP. Now all the VCS faithful, all the VCS fans need now is one of their 3 teams to qualify into that grand finals. The odds would say it's likely.
Well, not even just the grand finals. You got 2 days.
Yeah, semis as well, yeah.
So, oh boy, that is going to be a loud stadium.
Yeah. I mean, I remember watching the VCS finals last year. It was also live. And boy, oh boy, did the fans show up. And the fans show up in a big way. I imagine much the same this year round. And the price of the tickets too. I don't know, did you see the price of the tickets?
I saw the ranks and I stopped paying attention. I think I was cut out before we even started.
I think
I haven't been Diamond in a long time.
I can't remember, but Challenger was the highest one. And,
yeah.
And I think the 2-day pass was something like, and you get a bunch of extras like shirts.
Yeah, you get your merch and everything.
Yeah, but yeah. I think it was like, for 2 days pass was something like 98 US. I can't remember off the top of my head now, but it was, when I saw that, it's like, man, if I went to go to half a day in New Zealand, it's like $150, you know?
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. It's like the value you get.
That's not even, you know, taking into account feeding yourself over here.
Yeah, that adds an extra 50 on top.
Yeah.
Criminal.
The LCP just does it better.
They do. They do. Hopefully get an update on what's going on soon. I'm sure we'll get into game.
Xulong's got a full mindfulness cycle that he's got to go through.
All right. Getting aligned.
Maybe some comms. I don't know. Maple's chatting away, fixing his microphone.
Yeah, possibly. It would seem that way.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh.
No,
right.
there was a pause on screen.
This suggests we're getting back in, I think. Hopefully are.
No, I mean, hands aren't on mice. Usually it's the reset.
I think everyone but casters are. He was getting that final sinus clear.
It's, I mean, look, yeah. There are 2 big things that are very, very important in esports. Number 1, hydration. Number 2, oxygenation.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, if you stop breathing during a match, you kind of suffer.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine it being too positive if that was the case. And here we are, game 1 underway. It's PSG up against Vikings in the group breaker. Winner of the series does go or keep, depending who wins it, their spot in the contenders group. Loser will be relegated to the breakout group, fighting to make their place into the playoffs, to contend to go to Da Nang and eventually Worlds.
Yeah, unfortunately, there is already an egregious advantage in the bot lane in that IG Kai'Sa skin.
Yeah, it does it every time. Very few skins can contend in the bottom lane. I mean, High Noon sticks out on the Lucian. I mean, it's a fairly, High Noon Senna, fairly similar.
Yeah.
But Lucian just does more damage than Senna is the issue.
You've also got like High Noon Ashe, High Noon Varus. It's unfortunately no longer as exclusive a club as it was.
Yeah. It was kind of that like Lucian did it first thing. The same as Pulsefire. You know, all these new Pulsefire skins, but Ezreal was the OG.
He was indeed.
Was it the first? Yeah, that was the
first
ultimate skin. I actually have, funnily enough, in my little loot boxes, both the Seraphine and Spirit Guard, I think. As, you know, you get your Hextech crates open.
Yeah.
I've got both of them. I already own them, so I can't use them. They just sit there. Like, I could make Orange Essence, but it's more like I just want it to be known that I have those.
It's like a collector's card.
Exactly, yeah, very much. A Riftbound collector's card.
Yeah, speaking of, yeah. Riftbound.
And the art does look so cool. I mean, everyone showing off their Ari. I don't know. I don't collect cards, but it's like the foil.
Yeah, that's the hollows, the foils, the full arts are usually the big ticket items. Well, I mean, surely
very cool.
With Riftbound coming out this year, do we get like a Worlds like edition where like the team that wins Worlds gets their own cards?
Oh yeah, like maybe.
For example, like the IG Kai'Sa, like the IG's like team skins.
Yeah. I mean, that would be interesting to see. T1 also announcing, well...
We've got a lot coming up with Worlds. We've got the Anthem coming out in a little bit.
Yes, yeah, I love the Anthems. The Anthems are always so cool. What is your favorite of the Anthems?
I have to go back to Imagine Dragons, just because that was when I was like early involved in League of Legends esports, and they just had some absolute bangers.
Warriors.
Yeah, it's the one.
Yeah. I mean, like mine is the most basic answer, but it's everyone's answer is Rise. Oh, I think Rise is so good, and partly because of the animation of the music video. Got ambition, making his rise to the top. Of course, a historic player. Was actually the first person in competitive League of Legends to die to Faker.
Honkyu, the first player to die to Arakan. Maybe there's something there. I don't know.
You see, one was Faker getting a kill, and the other was someone dying. I think those two aren't necessarily the greatest connection.
I mean, the crazy thing is, I think he would have been the first player in pro play to die to Arakan as well.
Possibly, yeah. There's a good chance. Things on the Rift are very quiet, as we've typically come to expect from particularly PSG. Not often do they make things all that scrappy early on.
But they are establishing leads across the Rift.
Yeah, more or less just because the minion wave's bouncing those ways, so. And Sealong, down here again, this is what we saw him doing last week. Up against the Chiefs, just overstaying, not looking for that quick recall to ensure the lane state is better for his top laner. We'll do it once again here. You're seeing RJ coming back to a much worse lane than Kratos. Will allow him to get a bit of an experienced lead in this matchup. Great trades though from RJ.
Yeah, Bramble first item for Kratos, as we've seen pretty much everyone. In fact, Aatrox and Renekton, it's quite a common first item on those tanks. Just to cut through some of the healing. Style and Betty matching up. Woody and Sulong both now here to join the party, as that lane swap will be matched.
Passes poor little Raptor. Guru looking to contest it, but there wasn't actually a camp there.
Yeah. Second time now in 5.5 minutes that Guri has wandered into Caster's bot side jungle. In top lane though.
Yeah, fight breaking out, but heals there, and a trade going the way of Vikings, but Summoner Spell still available for Woody. Uh-oh. Nice sidestep. Trades back well as well, does Woody. Very
Nate-driven eco.
Junglers converging on the mid lane, but I don't believe much to find. A bit of a love tap going either way. Reach the clearing of this pink ward. Still. Nice sidestep from Cardi. It's going to offer him a lot of lane pressure. Teleport already gone from Maple.
Reaper's wall is there, so if they were looking to collapse, it would be matched by Cardi, who's positioned himself quite well.
Yeah, I mean, this Scuttle Crab by Asa. Able to pick that up for himself, so a small win, but nothing game-breaking by any stretch.
No. It's all about the ego check, and unfortunately, Guri got checked hard. I think that's big for Caster as well, who at times has somewhat felt like he's lacked a little bit of confidence coming into this year, but that is going to give him at least. I mean, I think more so in first stand. I think for
very much a long time he has been arguably performing the best on the team.
Absolutely. But getting inside Guri's head early on is exactly what you want from your jungler. It has translated into a tiny lead.
Absolutely.
Especially with Caster nearing on that Grand Skyfall as well.
What a classic game of PSG Talon. Biding time. We're not in a rush.
Yeah, I mean,
looking good. It's a great day outside.
Yeah, no, weather pretty on point today, actually. Nice run of the field. The grass is looking a little bit moist, so the ball carrying could be a little bit problematic. Oh, wait, that's a different one. That's a different game entirely.
Different Chiefs in that one.
Yeah, the win means the kicking game could be a little bit harder. No Lee Sin, so not an issue at all for anyone.
Absolutely. Now, looks like...
Jeepers. 8 minutes in, 5 stacks for Style.
Yeah, that is a... unfortunate.
This dude is low rolling.
He's at 13. He's at
oh, no, there he is. Oh, no, so
it's on the fleet foot.
Yeah, no.
Still a low total. Just not interacting all that much. It has a time. It's hard against the double range in particular.
Guri, though. Ooh. Now he's finally looking for some vindication.
Great Skyfall here, though. So if Casa and Maple wanted to, they could look to fight. And Guri's not willing to give over this red buff.
That is ambitious.
Yeah, we could have a brawl on our hands. Casa's just going to give it. Not willing to face check the bush. So, a good pickup. However, it was essentially a trade for the Grubs. I don't think you have to feel too hard pressed. But if the Dragon goes over for free as well, that's when it becomes a bit of an issue where it seems like Talon are just willing to give it up. But Guri maybe deciding better of it. No, he's going back in.
I mean, that's definitely a lot more respect than I would have thought was warranted from Casa. But yeah, he's going to get that vision down. Yeah, look, I'm both impressed and a little bit perplexed that PSG Talent are giving as much respect as they are to the Vikings.
Yeah, see along once again, you see Kratos coming up here. He's going to hold the wave and Archer's going to suffer the fate of one support just giving up tempo in order to ensure a great lane position for the opposing top side. Kratos be very happy with things.
Absolutely.
Archer, on the other hand, probably very unhappy. In fact, if he wasn't in a team with them, probably calling support gap and complaining.
Yeah.
If Oceanic solo queues anything to go off anyway.
Which, given their current standing in the tournament, I wouldn't put much stock in, honestly.
I mean, look how annoying it's made it for Archer to try contest these waves. It's a smart adaptation that Vikings alone have found, and at least thus far, a lot of success off it.
Oh, yeah. The Senna versus Kai'Sa matchup starting to become a little bit of a problem for Betty. Yeah. And unfortunately will continue throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, it just gets worse and worse. 17 stacks, obviously 20 is that break point. Every 20 stacks a Senna gets, her range increases by the same amount. She quickly gets stronger and stronger and stronger. All the while, AD and crit is being picked up. Senna souls, the power of them cannot be understated.
Wow. Unfortunately, Benico only offering so much, but Casa down in the vicinity.
Well, doesn't connect on that route, and Casa, yeah, waiting and looking if there's an opportunity. It's not presenting itself. Guri down here as well. Very scary to face check in. As the Dragon has been started up, but the Nico clone not going to care about taking the damage from it. As Vikings feel confident enough to start contesting this. Now, Maple is looking for a recall, but he can come and join. He has that teleport, has that Weaver's Wall, but doesn't seem like it's a done deal. Casa not going to be able to smite, does find his way onto Guri, but that should be as simple as an EQ out for him. Does have to flash at least first. Weaver's Wall coming. This could be an avenue in for first blood. Cardi trying to find the Emperor's Divide, will not have such luck, but unfortunately neither will PSG. As flashes being used across the rift, but nothing being found.
Yeah, a lot of noise, but not much else, unfortunately. And a great read from the Vikings. They get themselves the Dragon. They do have to blow a little bit just to get out to safety. 2 flashes and that Emperor's Divide. But not losing out on all that much in the grand scheme of things. In fact, I think probably coming out net positive there.
That's a good pickup. Going forward, though, not the end of the game by any stretch of the imagination, of course, as the one Dragon was exchanged, you know, in long for the Grubs.
Damn, LCP Socials punching down on PSG off the back of that sign. It's a hard road, but one that unfortunately Talent must walk at this point.
Yeah, I mean, for any long-time PCS viewers, you'll remember last year, PSG heading into the playoffs at that 4th place position. Having a rough showing for the duration of the regular season. They hit that stride as soon as playoffs start. They come out first. That was Maple, of course, a driving force behind it, but at the time also with Junja. In fact, competing against Casa.
Yeah. And some would argue that Junja may have taken that personally. It's very much felt like it this year.
Sure, I mean, Junja has always been, at least in my eyes, a bit of a step above. Just a real, true world-class player.
Oh, absolutely.
And again, as we touched on last week, when the Divines get involved and are on your side, it's going to be tough to compete.
Yeah, unfortunately, when the system's rigged and even the spirits are against you. Imagine being able to claim success by divine right.
Now, nothing too unique about this game. It is just PSG Talon game where nothing big, I suppose, has really occurred. 0 kills, 15 minutes in.
I can't wait for the egregious top lane damage numbers at the end of the game.
Yeah, no one else really hitting each other all that much. I mean, Woody might even have the most damage dealt so far.
There was a bit of scrapping between Maple and Cardi in the mid lane earlier, but yeah, look, nothing compared to, I think, what Kratos and Aja have been throwing at each other.
It is really hard to know who's favourite. Team compositionally, this is very good for Viking.
Yeah, the longer it goes, the stronger that Cardi and Style are going to get.
But as teams, this is of nature of PSG and not of nature of Vikings. And so, I mean, unfortunately, the results don't really speak to behind PSG's playstyle at the moment.
Yeah, PSG telling the true bear trap of LCP teams, where you step into it and it's spring-loaded and suddenly your shin's gone. Fortunately, the games have been ending a little bit quicker than they need to be for that to happen for PSG.
Oh, trying to look for the hook, will miss. And has the damage that Woody could possibly put out blocked up by that shield. Now Rift Herald being threatened but not started.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm surprised at the level of respect that PSG is showing in this matchup, but you can understand it given the position they find themselves in. You don't want to just overcommit and throw away an opportunity over some greedy gameplay.
Let's do something fun. Oh, hold up. Talking about something fun, immediately the top laners are willing to, and Arja, instead of even bothering, just straight runs away. Why risk the game off a play that doesn't need to be had?
All this game is missing is a Mundo jungle.
True. Rift Herald not even start up, just clearing vision still. As I was going to say, who are your LCP first team, and also who would be like your notable mention as sort of that sixth player? And to make it fair, you can't just choose CFO.
Well, okay. So, rest top lane, I think at the moment. Unfortunately, I then have to go Junja mid lane.
Mid lane?
No, sorry, Junja jungle, Dire mid lane.
Yep.
Artemis AD carry, and Taki support.
Okay, I respect that. Hold up, Arja, he has flash, but he's CC'd for so long. Gets a little bit of health left. Has he made it out? No kill will happen at the 17-minute mark.
This is some true golf gameplay. Looking for something? Hole not found. He's landed on the fairway, though.
What about your notable mention?
Notable mention, Honkyu in the mid lane.
Okay.
I'd have to go Histo jungle.
Okay. So you're just essentially just choosing Team Secret Wales combined with CFO with Artemis just placed in.
Actually no, Levi jungle over Histo, I think. And then yeah, Alio support.
Yeah. There's fair judgments. Now, mid lane tower broken open. So game at least, while nothing in terms of kills and fighting has really occurred, a few skirmishes and some summoners blown, PSG actually making some good work towards those objectives. Taking out their mid tower first, now rotating up here, first to the play, looking to secure themselves that top lane as well as RG crashes that wave, and it looks like it will be that second tower in favor of them. Now, you can see on your minimap Kratos slowly working towards the bot lane for himself, so it will be traded, but a 2-for-1 with mid lane being one of them going down for PSG is definitely a win.
The craziest thing is, that's still only the first of the 3 feats towards Noxian Blessing.
Yep.
Now, PSG Talent are closest with 2 feats of monster. Actually, no, they're tied on feats of monster slaying, I just noticed. Second dragon was taken, of course. PSG Talent could seal the deal here with, if they are very bold, an Artican in the next minute 15. Or we then wait till the 3-minute mark, well, 3 minutes from now, rather, and look for that Chemtech dragon. But very much in style with PSG Talon coming through the first 2 splits of the year in the way that they approach the game.
Yeah. It hasn't been working out for them thus far in the LCP, but, I mean, sorry, the season finals of the LCP, but at least
Just because games have been so accelerated.
They have been. I mean, there was one game where they should have just won, but Team Secret Wales got their revenge from season kickoff. Now, Kasa and Guri, I mean, they've pretty much just been matched this whole game. Very mirrored on the map.
Cardi farming up an absolute storm.
Yeah, he's in a very, very good position. A very, very good position for Azir.
What are we on stack-wise? I can't quite see on this side.
My eyes are also
42?
very bad, but it looks like 43 to me.
Yeah, no, 43. So, again, hasn't accelerated, but it's been a pretty consistent gradient.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I wouldn't even call it a gradient. It's been a flat line. I think the gold graph, the gold difference stat would be a bit of a nightmare to look at if you were in the medical field.
I mean, the crazy thing is, the only reason that Betty actually has a gold lead over Style at the moment is because he had a cull, yeah. Oh, what a route from Woody.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a CS gap for everyone on the side of Vikings. So the tower's evening things out a little bit, and that's why we see a lead for Woody specifically. But other than that, CS well and truly going the way of Vikings. Now, this would be Dragon number 3 coming in 1 minute if Vikings were able to get it. So the neutrals in favor of them. Whoever picks up this Dragon would at least get that point of monster slaying. And it would rely on 3 kills for either side, which we are not even close to.
The tower taken by PSG Talon means that they would just get the Noxian Blessings.
Yeah, true. Well, I mean, if Vikings got it, is what I said.
Yeah, yeah. Which I think, realistically, by that stage in the game, at least with the way things are going, as soon as the fight breaks out, the game's pretty much over.
It's crazy going from last series to this one. Bit of whiplash.
Yeah.
But Vikings, they can realistically be very happy with how this game's going. They've lost the 2 towers, and the mid tower being one of them, of course, is impactful.
Oh, there you go.
Scaling.
The fact that it has been a 600 gold swing either side.
Yeah, and it looks really up and down, but that's just because it's so zoomed in.
Yeah. Hyper-focused in there.
That's right.
No Black Cleaver second for Style.
Ooh.
He's gone straight rapid fire cannon executioner's call.
Yeah, so it does less damage, but has the ability to put it out more. Now, I mean, the big talking point is mid-item differential. Right now, Cardi's sitting at those 2 items on the Azir, has Leandres, has the Nashes. He's going to be very, very strong if given that uptime. PSG trying to brute force their way into contesting this Dragon. They do have that Weaver's Wall. This could be where we finally see a bit of an outbreak, a bit of a lunge in terms of that damage, and it might all start off onto Carson, knocked up, and he's going to be not long for the world, you'd have to think, but the flash away, the Pop Blossom, but locked in a cage. Nico not able to get through, but Cardi will. First blood, second blood, can we make it third? Yes, we can, and like that, over before the fight started, PSG go down 1-4.
And that is going to be Noxian Blessings claimed off the back of Dragon number 3 for Vikings. A 20-minute nothing burger that quickly turns into a large combo with fries and a shake. What an execution there from the Vikings. Kasa just caught absolutely wanting. Guri with the Cataclysm bailout combo that completely nullifies Woody's Pop Blossom.
And this is what I'm talking about. This is why the comp is so good for Vikings, because they have the tools to deal with everything shown by PSG. They have the scaling as well. So this whole doing absolutely nothing for 20 minutes does nothing but favor Vikings. You see Cardi is so strong. He just comes straight in. They fight for control of this bush. They do get it, but start with that extended range, able to clear out that ward. The snare lands, and immediately it's go time. Sure, Woody tries to do what he can here, but he's stuck. And out goes Guri. This teleport coming in from Arja leads to absolutely nothing, as Cardi is just rampaging through the back line.
I mean, Woody has flash there. He could have at least got the Pop Blossom on the 2, but he holds it, flashes back, and then dies. Like, he was pretty much dead to rights there anyway. The least he could have done is try to set up the knockup. Either way, it's a pretty significant gold swing compared to what we've had up until this point. And it is all Vikings. Unfortunately, it is just that ever-present nature of talent that we've seen this year. You can never count them out until the game is actually over and the Nexus falls.
For sure. Unfortunately, again, just compositionally, it doesn't feel that great to be PSG, and if they want to make this composition work, they had to have been far more aggressive in the earlier stages of the game, but now the stacks are coming online up to 60 for Style. You have the Azir, has that Seekers online as well.
Ooh.
Just narrowly not getting caught by that dredge line is Kasa.
The big problem for PSG talent is they've had the Great Wall of Sparta combo, and we just have not seen it used. I don't think we've seen a single Grand Skyfall this game.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing one. 2 items now for Maple. He is the lone survivor of that last engagement. But, I mean, this game is just not going to get easier for Betty. It's not going to get easier to find your way onto that back line to enable Betty. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have that setup for the Kaiser to just dive on into the back line, you're really not getting the value. And it makes you wonder why this wasn't a Smolder game. Something that can match that scaling just a little bit.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Why? Why not the Smolder? I mean, there's always the possibility they haven't put the practice into it as a team. We know Betty can play it from 2024, but in the we can't. That's the combo you're looking for, but it's not looking to be paying off at the moment. Kasa is able to block up a reasonable amount of damage, but before RJ even makes it to the fight, he's already down, and now Kratos joining his team makes it a 4v5 as Baron is up. It's a fast take with the Azir in the pocket. And not a whole lot of tools to use to deny it. Woody with Flash coming up in a moment. The Vikings feeling very comfortable with the position taken on the map. Arja, he's going to be on the ward. They know exactly where he is. Will be seen as well by that flag. 4k HP. There's no hope of a steal. Kasa's dead. Seeker goes in. Guri getting low. Pulled back by the chain. Baron going the way of the Vikings as Arja in no man's land is all but certain to fall. Does not have the flash, does have the support of the team as he turns a little bit of damage around, but Cardi's there, and Woody comes flying back in, and everyone from PSG dispersing as the Vikings look to take claim to the land.
I genuinely have a problem with what you said before. In what world have they not put the work in on Smolder, but they have on Vayne? That just seems like a woeful oversight from PSG talent to not have that in the back pocket, especially given how much success we've seen into the center. And Arja was looking for that flank, like you said, in the draft phase. That is what the Aatrox is going to be doing. Unfortunately, it just doesn't matter. The Pop Blossom catches too. But Cardi completely guts the potential for a PSG talent fight there. And off the back of the Baron, it's going to be payday for the Vikings. 25 seconds to what would be sold for them.
Absolutely. Marching down the mid lane at the moment with that Baron buff in the back pocket. You see PSG waiting on the side. They're going to find their way on to Sealong. He is going to flash away. Root does connect here onto Casa, but not much more found. Tower goes down. It's Kratos who claims the top lane.
Baron, Baron,
Soul.
another minute 30. Dragon coming up. And with Kratos up in that top lane, someone has to go and answer. Otherwise, this will just 100% be Soul given over. Teleport coming in. So Kratos coming now. It means that they don't have to send someone to match. But Aja, again, looking for that flank.
He has to be on that flank, has to find some way to get onto Style, but there's Cardi waiting in the wings. Sealong's going to spot out this Aatrox and exactly where he is, but they're pulling the trigger. Have they found a way onto the Azir? Yes, they have! The Pop Blossom lands onto 3, and Style's down! Reset number 1 to Archer, reset number 2! The all-out comes out, but Betty's got the flash, he's got the moves! Can he find his way onto Guri? It doesn't look like he can, but PSG stop the stacking of the Dragon. They halt the progress of the Baron and will keep their wits about them to try and fight on in game 1.
The PSG tell him 2025 El Clasico. Wait, bide your time, and then strike when the iron is hot. And boy, was it hot. Grand Skyfall, Weaver's Wall into the back line. They get Cardi. They find Style and Sulong as well. They completely rout Vikings in the team fight and deny that Soul. That is no more quintessential than PSG talent.
Take a look at the replay. As soon as they see Sealong, it's go time. Cardi goes golden. The knockup does not connect onto him, importantly, but damage is already done. He's been out of the fight for so long. Styled is in the middle of absolutely everyone. And it does mean that 3 quick kills and the Dragon are picked up by PSG, but arguably just as importantly, the Baron push can be stopped.
I'm wondering if he fat-fingered going golden there. Because he sees the spear come down, immediately goes golden. Has flash, mind you. Realistically, could have flashed out of that, held the Zhonya's for later on if he needed it, and still given himself space. Potential misplay there from the Vikings, costing them pretty dearly.
I think he has to Zhonya's, because as soon as Pantheon's down, you can just spam W. I think he has to Zhonya's, but unfortunately they just weren't in the position to take it. As soon as Sealong goes searching for Arja, sitting on that upgraded blast cone, it kind of seals the deal and leaves Styled a lot more vulnerable. Kratos finds his way onto Betty, and Betty is doing negative damage to this Cassante as things stand.
Luckily, Maple is not the same situation. He's actually chipping away a decent amount of HP. Ooh. But Aja finds it tower on the bot side. This one, I mean, you could sneeze on that thing and it's going down. And Kratos, well, does one better and just punches it.
Baron spawning 1 minute 45. Aja making some room, at least, getting some deep vision on this bottom side of the map. Of course, next objective being on the top side means it's not that likely to be massively impactful, at least until that Dragon.
Yeah, so Aja almost singularly focused on keeping the wave control in this bot lane. And that might be a point of leverage in all honesty, given the Vikings clearly have ambitions for this next Baron, which is a minute out. Given that time, Aja could do a decent chunk of damage onto that tier 2.
Yeah, center. Style on the center.
Still no Black Cleaver for the Vikings.
Yeah, interesting. And then it's not going to be either. There isn't going to be a Black Cleaver coming out, so going next for what looks like a Collector, which is just bewildering to me. Does mean she'll do more damage to the Kai'Sa and the well, not even the Nico. Nico's going Frozen Heart, so I think a pretty poor purchase for Style. I think Infinity Edge here would make a lot of sense. Yeah, what is this Collector?
Yeah, it's an odd one. Build's feeling a bit dated.
Yeah, here we go. It's going to be the Great Wall of Sparta. Kade is able to clear the distance, and down goes Woody first of all. Archer's in the back line, though. Archer's taking a lot of damage as Sealong will connect on the hook onto Casa. And Maple and Betty, they can't even find the room to do anything as the Vikings storm on forward, take another fight. Will they push? Will they take the Baron? It looks like Baron will be the option.
Yeah, the fight was just too deep. unfortunately for PSG Talon, they overcommit with the Great Wall of Sparta. There's just no follow-up. Arja, by the time he gets there, he's almost a force unto himself because there is just no support coming. Betty cannot get close. Woody's already gone down. Cardi once again, this time, is rewarded for his Zhonya's. Does not suffer the brunt of anything that PSG Talon throw. And you can already see Baron's going to be taken. Cardi positioning himself up in that top lane to keep that wave shoved in. Dragon less than a minute out now, and all Betty can do is go bot lane. I mean, you look at it here. This is exactly what you're looking for the combo, but Cardi immediately goes gold, doesn't get caught by the Talia, doesn't get caught by anything, gets the Emperor's Divide out and splits that fight. Naja decides, well, you know what? We've come this far, we might as well commit. Doesn't get anything out of it. Casa tries to find anything of merit, but cannot. Unfortunately, just a great overcommitment there from PSG Talon that's capitalized by the Vikings.
And Corgi's reaction tells the story. I mean, just a little appalled it even looked like, and how that fight broke out. Now Guri with Guardian Angel to make it even more difficult to deal with. Now trying to find an avenue in. This would be the Soul, the Chemtech Soul on the line. Bot lane of the river, controlled by the Vikings as Arja taking a lot of damage from Kratos on the top side of the fight. Guri takes a lot from Maple, however. Clone not going to be all that perturbed. The dance, the damage out of just everyone from the Vikings is so rough to deal with as Casa now down to half HP. Arja still hunting for an avenue in. Has the flash to get over the wall as Casa will be able to get that smite, and unfortunately Arja might just be caught up. Pops the World Ender, but the All Out, and he's in no man's land now. But See Along taking a lot of damage from the side of PSG. It's going to be Casa going down. He's looking for one, will find none, and PSG are locked in a cage. Benny trying to do damage on the back. The flash is fantastic, but Cardi stands tall. The heal from Style, and Vikings will take game one.
They don't lose a damn thing. How does Shulong survive in the middle of all of that? That is just absolutely criminal support behavior and a brilliant team fight from the Vikings. They lose the Dragon, but unfortunately it was just bait in a trap which slams shut on PSG Talon.
Looking now to end the game. Vikings marching towards the Nexus. This will be 1 point towards their crusade to take to the contenders group to try and lock in their position in the playoffs.
Then what would have been considered heresy coming out of last year, PSG Talon staring down the barrel of being knocked into the breakout group.
Absolute wild times here. I mean, again, I'm sorry to continually say it, but PSG Talon need to get something worked out in these drafts. Something is just not working. I mean, they've got a comp where they have to play fast. That is not and has never been the methods of this team. And once again, it stands to not be here. They play it very, very slow. While they're playing slow, Cardi is farming wave after wave after wave. Styles doing the same, getting stacks and stacks and stacks. One fight goes wrong and the game just tips.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, just off a cliff there. And they get one semi-decent fight back, and it just doesn't matter. Look at it. Look at the difference in the bot lane damage alone. Betty barely cracking 30. He's not even cracking 13k. 21,000 there for Style. And this is really where it exploded. Vikings, great catch on to Casa. Everything just dumped in. Great cataclysm from Guri. And he just gets away, meaning that Woody, the Pot Blossom just does nothing at all. And they absolutely eat up off the back of it.
Yeah, I don't know. Just one fight going wrong. And again, it's just compositionally as PSG, you have to be ahead. As soon as you're behind, the game becomes very, very rough. And we're seeing it in full action here. They're lucky to not lose more members. This was the one fight they had that went their way. They're able to find it straight onto the back, onto Style. A good shutdown goes to Arja. They find a second, they'll even find a third.
I mean, the crazy thing to me is that split one, PSG talent make grand finals. Split 2, they're denied. There is a very real possibility with the way these games are going. They may not even make playoffs at all.
Yeah, I'm not willing to go that far.
I don't know.
I do. So, but regardless, I mean, they get the smite here. There is just the possibility of leaving. Once the smite comes down, you don't have to take this fight. I mean, they probably feel like they're just on such a timer, like the game is just so out of control that they look for it. And see along, he gets low, he's got the shielding there from Style, he makes more distance, there's no one but Caster on him, Style's able to heal him up, and much the same on the other side. Woody's ultimate goes so wide, and despite Maple landing a 3-man seismic shove, the damage just simply isn't there into the full force of this Vikings lineup.
Yeah, I mean, Vikings finding their identity, it feels, coming into the season finals and doing even more so. They are looking so crisp. You know what else looks pretty darn crisp? It is the benefits you get for subscribing on Twitch to the LCP English. You get yourself the Pengu Garen or the Ping Garen Bring It emote from now until the 28th of August. From then, we really ramp things up. The regional icons hit the battlefield. You get yourself that LCP. LCP exclusive, mind you. Dancing Rammus. It looks pretty schmick. There's no other region that can claim that. And you know what else? No other region can claim a finals like we're gonna have here for the LCP. We're going to Vietnam. We're going to Da Nang. 20th and 21st of September. Live in the arena. Make sure if you can make it, be there. Because it's all kicking off.
It's me. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to have another game after our break. Once we're back, I mean, PSG, they're yet to find a single win in the season finals. They're about to be taken down to the breakout group. If something doesn't change, we'll see you shortly.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Do you remember 17? You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. Boy, how wrong I'd be.
Welcome to a new era of League of Legends in the Asia Pacific region. The 2025 League of Legends Championship Pacific, or LCP, introduces an exciting new format that elevates competition like never before. As the season reaches its peak, the teams are divided into the contender and breakout groups based on their mid-season standings. Teams compete in a best-of-3 round-robin with performances resetting the slate. In a group breaker match, lower-ranked contender teams face off against top breakout teams. Winners ascend to the contender group, while losers join the breakout group. Double elimination matches then determine which teams advance to the playoffs. Only the strongest will qualify for Worlds and claim the title of LCP champion. To keep the competition fierce, the LCP introduces a promotion and relegation tournament. Top-performing domestic teams challenge lower-ranked LCP teams for a chance to rise to the elite level.
Throughout the 2025 LCP season, the domestic leagues will be taking place. LJL, PCS, VCS, and other domestic competitions will continue battling for their chance to join the LCP in 2026. The top teams from each league will be included in the promotion and relegation event that takes place in October. The 4 guest teams will have a chance to keep their spot as the regional representative for 2026 by battling the winning team from their home region. Each domestic league will send their champion to fight in the promotion relegation match against the current representative from their league. The LCP Promotion and Relegation Tournament introduces high stakes for guest teams. By the end of the season finals, 2 guest teams may face relegation based on league standings. The first, known as the free-for-all spot, will go to the lowest placed guest team, regardless of their home region. The second, the regional merit spot, considers regional placement. If multiple guest teams share a home region, the lowest ranked among them competes. Otherwise, the second lowest guest team overall will enter the tournament. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. This is what we're made of.
Possibly the final time tonight, Game 2, Vikings up against PSG, and it was Vikings who strike hot in Game 1. It took a while to get started, but once it did go, it was a boom.
Yeah, we are not looking at the greatest of track records here for PSG talent in the season finals, but it is still a best of 3.
It is.
And there is every possibility they cook a draft that allows them to slow burn and take away a reverse sweep here, but that was not the draft, unfortunately, into a center and a Nazir. Red side opted into, so they valuing the counter pick here, I think, a little bit more, which, I mean, look, blue side hasn't worked for them. Who's to say red side can't? And I think at the moment, believe it or not, red side actually has a slightly higher win rate.
Yeah, I mean, that is, I guess, again, you go back to, well, the team that lost has always pretty much chosen the blue side. And so some of them, it's like, okay, you expect one of the teams are just the stronger team, so they're probably going to win on either side of the map. And so that's where you lead to this sort of weird situation. But, I mean, I don't think it matters a huge amount. There's definitely something to say about how powerful the first pick is, but counter pick is also equally powerful.
But it also speaks to a different, a change in strategy for PSG talent. They're no longer the confident team that says, well, we'll get what we want and go from there. Now it's, well, actually we have to put a little bit more deeper thought into it. We have to bring ourselves a draft that we know can play into what the other team's bringing. And maybe after 3 years, they've finally figured out that, hold on, there is more to this drafting thing than just picking what we want.
We'll see. We've still got to see what the draft is they cook up. You see champion select there on the screen of Arja, which means we should be soon heading into it.
Oh, I can't wait to see Betty's Vayne again. Or the Jhin. I don't know. I'm a little bit concerned. Aurora, Rumble Band, Yunara, and Nocturne.
Vi taken from Kasa. Still, the Xin Zhao is there. Wukong as well. Far from out of those bruiser AD junglers.
Gwen remains up and available, but Wukong going to be locked in immediately.
Yeah, so probably just going to be responded with by a Xin Zhao pick at some point. What do you go for alongside it though, or before it even possibly?
Potentially you look for something along the lines of a tank jungler Maokai, the Yone, but taking it this early would potentially set yourself up for a bit of disaster. Rai is going to be the lock for Maple instead, and Xin Zhao.
Okay, so very strong presence in the mid lane, of course. Rai is a little weak early on, but has that fantastic gank set up for a champ like Xin Zhao.
Yep.
Now, what will Vikings pick alongside their Wukong? Annie is a typical answer to the Rise, as well as a good champ to pair alongside the Wukong that they can look towards.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, it makes perfect sense. Yeah, and they're just going to take it, stick it in straight away. Do you look to prioritize something for Kratos? Maybe a support here for Sulong. Then the Ambassador immediately. And for Kratos, that has been a champion that he's looked quite good on in the season finals.
Absolutely, looked amazing on. Now, do you look for that top lane counter pick now? You can go for the likes of the Renekton, which typically gets banned out to support the Ambassador pick. It is a perfectly good Renekton game as things stand, and RJ will be happily locking that one in. So bot lanes left to be picked for both sides. More likely to see those support bans come out. But if there's something in particular, I mean, I'm looking at PSG and thinking Xayah is looking reasonably good against their composition. You might want to just take that away.
Yeah, Betty's Lucian as well has warranted a couple of bans throughout the split so far. It's going to be an interesting one for sure. Lucian, okay, it's going to be banned away from style, in fact.
Yeah, okay. Poppy away from Woody.
Yeah.
An annoying champion to deal with, and especially if you have an Ambassador. So I don't hate it whatsoever.
Even the Wukong Yanni, just a lot of valuable targets you can get out with that ultimate as well. A lot of chat coming from the Vikings.
Yeah. Last ban still for PSG to come through. Even to the last second, but Rakan is eventually what they decide upon.
Yeah, you can understand it looking at the comp that's been drafted already. And does a lot to be a nuisance into the PSG comp.
Absolutely. Alistair taken away from Vikings. By Vikings, rather. Now, first pick of the second phase for Betty. Most likely would be that AD carry, you'd have to imagine. Unless they're really thinking about the Xayah pick. Not many other AD carries requiring the counter.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Betty go to something along the lines of a Jhin before. So far, from what's been shown, it's not the worst game. So they're going to go for the bot lane counter pick. So the Rel's picked up.
Weird. Now, I have to wait and see, but I don't feel like there's a massive amount of value you get out of AD carry counters generally. Now, maybe you can look for something again like the Xayah, but now you're probably not going to. But there's also things like the Ziggs. But yeah, I mean, this Braum is exceedingly strong, and I think it's a more warranted ban than the Lucian against the three melee range champions that PSG have picked up. But nonetheless, they have made their bed. Now, what is their final pick?
I don't even know if there is an AD carry that looks all that great into this. And I'm a little concerned. Okay, so the Corki.
Yeah, strong lane. That is a good champion into the Sivir. It's going to punish her and make her laning a lot more difficult to navigate.
I was mildly concerned that there was PSG. We're going to be looking for a Jhin angle.
Don't worry, I was thinking the same. Well, we have our champs. I don't know what to... I mean, both team comps, in theory, are very good, but again, it's... This Braum is very, very strong against the melee-heavy team composition of PSG. It's very good. Even against the range champ, it is Rise because of his immobility, right? He has phase rush and his passive that does give a movement speed, but it's still like...
Oh, we saw
over these slows.
We saw it from Elio in that first series. I mean, just consistently landing the Glacial Fissure onto Fate and just completely stalling out that tempo as he comes into a team fight. There were so many opportunities where Fate could have literally clutched up, if not for the fact that he was just, for a second or so, disjointed by that Glacial Fissure. It meant that he couldn't come in, get that initial damage out.
Absolutely. But we do have our compositions. PSG, they are one loss away from falling into that breakout group, while the opposite can be said for Vikings, continuously winning thus far in the season finals and one singular game away from cementing themselves a spot in playoffs and only in contention for higher and higher seeding.
I mean, on paper, PSG Talent are doing all the right things with the skin game. Pirate Rise, Core Key coming through.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Oh,
Not quite sure about the Renekton though.
What a yeah, what?
In Shadow, look, it's all right.
No,
it looks
it's a good
cool,
skin.
but it's not Renekton.
I think it's the first time I've seen it in a competitive game of the LCP.
And it's not Panda Annie, so Cardi's really set himself up for failure.
Now,
Minions have spawned.
trying to take some room early on, gets the ward down. Obviously will be known to PSG. What a fall from grace this would be.
Oh, yeah. But how glorious would it be for them to then make it and still qualify for Worlds from the... Maybe that's what they're doing. They're just absolutely limit testing this roster.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they...
If they do, that's exactly what the fans are going to say. Ah, it was just limit testing.
That's what I'm going to say too.
Yeah,
I'm
but you're a PCS shill.
That's right.
Unfortunately, I'm a VCS shill, and right now we're up 1-0.
It's fine. We're up at the top of the standings.
Clearly, PSG Talent are running the chauffeur augment.
Lane phase up top should be pretty good for Argent. Definitely is a good lane for the Renekton.
Yeah, I definitely think there's a lot of legwork for Aja this game. Early level 2, Vikings take that. Respected by PSG.
Got that emote game going strong.
Emo
even
displayed.
stronger after the 29th, when they'll start throwing out the Rammus.
No, they won't. It's an icon.
Oh, whoops.
It's now, before the 28th.
The ping Garen?
That's the one. Bring it.
Ooh. Chunking away at the health bars, but I mean, it's just a perfectly even lane phase. Unfortunately, the advantage that Corki would have over Sivir is negated by the advantage Braum has over Rel.
Yeah, and that boomerang blade just clipping Betty. He's backing up. Is he? Okay, he's just letting Woody go for the ward, knowing full well that getting too keen could be a death sentence.
Even so far, I am hoping that this game will have a kill before the 20-minute mark.
Well, PSG Talent, known for how slow their games can play. And Vikings quite happy to just build up some momentum.
Might need to make up a theoretical. We could be here for the long run.
The only theory I have is circle theory. And at the moment...
You just copied that off me, though.
No, no, no. Circle theory is a completely original idea that I came up with.
Maple gonna chuck his ward down immediately, see Guri, and immediately lose it.
But, okay.
Well,
not quite sure what happened to Wukong there, but he got it done in the end.
Really is. Early games with PSG really is a little bit like golf.
You mean early, mid, and somewhat to the late game?
Arja, he's putting on the pressure.
Yeah, I think he needs to be the one to do that. Like he needs to. This needs to be a game where he really steps up and takes some control. Because if he can,
great matchup.
Yeah, absolutely, very much a great matchup for him to do that. Because if he can paint that target on his back and draw all that focus from the Vikings, it allows Maple and Betty to get that much more done.
For sure. For the most part of this game too, he's got like the perfect champ into what we're seeing from the Vikings. The problem, of course, is Braum is going to buck that trend where, sure, he's a melee champ, but he is just so strong against other melee champs.
Yeah. And with On the Hunt, it could be a case of Arja does find a bit of okay.
Talking about On the Hunt, Maple is going to get hunted down. The flash away is not going to be good enough. First blood going the way of the Vikings.
Oh, Guri spams the white flag emote. And I think Vikings, not just having the momentum in this series, but the confidence as well, justifiably so.
Oh, absolutely. And can you imagine being any of these PSG members and knowing just how high your ceiling can be, but how low the trough has been of late?
Could you imagine being Maple, coming out of retirement, having one of the hardest runs in the competition, coming into this match, being down a game, getting ganked in mid with an Annie as your lane opponent, and then the jungler who just killed you spams the white flag emote?
Yeah, Caster at least doing something. Getting himself the dragon. Should be uncontested as Guri is up on that top side of the map, so it's a time in which Arja can't really use that level 6 because of the 2v1 nature of the map, but does have the dominance available to himself, so the lane becomes even more difficult for Kratos, but at least for the time being, navigating it perfectly well.
It's all right. Betty came up and did his part, throw a phosphorus bomb at the dragon, then walked back to lane.
It's important you do that because you actually get stacks of your runes.
Yeah.
So the second tree, you'll get stacks towards it. Style now under a lot of pressure. Teleport coming in eventually for Long, but way out of time, and PSG active on the map, find themselves that kill, and it goes to Maple.
Yeah. An injection of cash back after that first gank is going to put him at an advantage. Guri.
Oh, Guri's going to find Woody. Woody has the flash. He has the crash down. There is flash for the Wukong too, but it looks like not willing to continue on forward. Instead, looking for Casa on the Zins out. Stuns there. Maple has come to protect as well. So everyone makes it out. 1-1 the kill scores still, as Casa will be losing.
Cardi's looking for it.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to find it.
Yeah, unfortunately. Okay.
This
should be Woody.
is
No, Arja.
Okay, we're really looking at
Casa almost died.
Casa very low. Guri does have the flash. Carti does not. And just heading out. What a disaster. Actually, no, he's going bot lane. It's fine. Looking to see if there's anything to find, but not finding it. But now you can just head both top laners to the bot lane. It's reasonably okay, although Kratos there first means he does get a slight advantage.
Yeah, but he's still down 12 CS, so even at best, Kratos is just evening out that advantage. Although for some reason, he was just clearing the ward. Okay. I was going to say he was just standing around for a little bit. But yeah, I mean, you look at it, Casa very nearly dies here. The crazy thing is if Guri goes over that wall and just gets a little bit of damage out onto Casa, he's dead. Because just look how low he gets.
Wow. Health pot possibly being the reason he's not dead. But he's going to find Long.
Supportal combat.
Yeah.
Fight.
Now, Void Grub's spawning, if somehow Arja is able to be there, it is a massive win for the side of PSG, but the argument becomes how much does he want to play to try and force something for the team versus get himself ahead, and it seems to be answered as he is making his way through that jungle. Vikings start up the Void Grubs. Arja's still walking up there.
No teleport for Kratos, so I think he's making not the best call, but at least understanding full well that the best he's probably going to be able to do in this situation is just keep shoving this wave and get some damage onto that tower. Unfortunately for him, Maple is going to come and answer. PSG will walk away with all 3 grubs.
Yeah, good macro play here for PSG. Realizing at this stage of the game, Renekton with Dominus up is the strongest champion on the Rift. So utilizing that to come up to the mid lane, threaten the fight, while sending Maple, who is still frothing in terms of that damage, to answer the Ambessa, who's going to be completely safe.
Arja Catches a stun, some damage, but we'll shrug it off. Ultimately, not really all that threatened at this stage in the game. Like you said, with dominance available, he's a pretty hard croc to catch.
Yeah. So Grubs were picked up. Dragon as well. PSG off to an early lead here in game 2. Somewhat necessary due to the nature of their composition. Want to get ahead early. Kind of need to with this Corki.
Absolutely. Start that train rolling as soon as possible.
Of course, there is a bit of late game in the Rise, but nothing in comparison to Sivir. Sivir and Ambessa, much stronger than their counterparts.
Absolutely. Essence Reaver well on its way. The Cull halfway through as well. Shulong ticking over to 6 there with the Glacial Fissure. As soon as we start to see Vikings grouping up, that's a lot of CC chain between the Cyclone, the Tibbers stun, and the Glacial Fissure. Whoever's caught by it, then you just chuck it at Public Execution on top. Someone is going to be CC'd for their entire health bar.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone in this game relatively squishy. Casa looking for an aggressive invade, but not going to be able to find it. Guri actually ahead in the jungle by a pretty substantial amount. Has himself a 3 camp advantage. XP well and truly in his favor. Roughly half a level, but
oh boy,
seen this before. Teleport is here to answer. This is going to be Cardi coming down. A really nice ultimate coming here out of the Ambassador Kratos, and Archer's going to go down. It's a disaster. It's Dive the Ambassador, round 43, and every single one results the same way. Double kill being picked up by Kratos. 3 kills in total and 2 on this engagement.
Unfortunately, oh, Woody.
Oh, he's going to be fine.
He got completely read there by Shulong. Brilliant stuff out of the Brom for this Vikings roster. Eclipse finished. Betty doing what he can. Will be able to at least crack a plate for himself. But luckily for PSG, it's not enough tempo control for them to actually take this dragon. And yeah, like you said, how many times are we going to see a post-6 Ambassador dive continually go this way?
Every single time. And even here, it's like, okay, maybe they can turn it around. Maple misses 1 Q, which eventually seems like a bit of a difference maker as you see Kratos limping away.
Oh, that is not a good sign.
No, Corgi not impressed. Game far from over. Gold actually even, but again, it's a composition where PSG kind of need to get a lead. If the game is even, it's somewhat winning for the side of Vikings. Now they do have the control of the fact that they did get that first dragon. Second dragon now respawning as Casa smites away that Scuttle Crab and will now have to try and bide time to get that smite back available to look for a potential fight. And if you were going to fight, you kind of have to find the timer now because Styles still not got that Essence Reaver online while Betty's sitting there with a Triforce. It is a massive power advantage to the Corki. Maple waiting in the wings, trying to find a potential avenue, but Cardi is there guarding that entrance into this river. It's a 3v4 essentially as Maple trying to find a way into the back. Betty able to go forward, popping on the hunt, and in goes Guri. Cyclone's good, and Casa has been one-shot. Dragon much the same. Woody's gone as well, and it's looking like PSG might have to try and make their playoffs through the breakout group.
They might just indeed. Shulong, it's not really the person you want to staunch up against, mate. Does just shrug it off and walk away. 5-1. Feat of Warfare well and truly claimed, and they tie it up at 1 dragon apiece. Vikings really looking to put the VCS in the power seat up in that contenders group.
And Betty goes aggressive here, but on the hunt and the immediate flash Tibbers. Casa can't even get his ultimate off. He's dead, and Woody, who did try and commit in with his flash, is also left there to just be taken out pretty handedly. And as you're looking, 1k gold advantage. Dragons are tied up now. The scaling, once again, will favor the side of Vikings as this game continues on.
Not a huge amount of damage from Style, but it's more than definitely made up by Cardi. Having a great any game so far. Guri as well, continuing to be just such a solid portion of this Vikings roster. And this should be Noxian Blessings.
Yeah, will be. Maple can't even dream to safely get here, although Woody actually in the area does mean he can, and they do narrowly keep that tower alive. Betty! Betty's trying to be the difference maker! Oh, Style! Able to do his namesake and completely dodge everything. One of those spells landing could have been the kill going over. Flash used from Betty, barrier used from Style.
It's all the hair, man. You can't look that good and not have the hands to back it up in this competition.
Isn't that how the saying goes? If your hair looks good, you can dodge a phosphorus bomb?
Oh, absolutely.
Unfortunately, is Betty trying to make a hero play. Isn't punished for it, but it could be in the future with that flash being down. Of course, the Valkyrie available there for Corki does give him a little bit of safety, but against the likes of the Annie, you really do want to have that flash available to yourself.
Herald up being pinged out by both teams. But right now it's Karsa and Anja.
Oh yeah, that's Siva. Can't even stand near away without being chunked for half HP. Boomerang Blade at least will be sidestepped.
PSG should get this Herald, but I think Kratos then gets that tower.
It's going to be a fight. Kratos is coming in. Now they do have Arja this time. Renekton's very strong on the timer. Cyclone comes through. Woody trying to find a way in. Karsa finds it, but he's immediately taken out of the fight. Woody's gone as well. Maple, Betty, and Arja can do very little but run away as kind guy Betty bides his time and waits to allow Arja to get out with that blast cone as well. But the Herald, the fight, and possibly the series going to be picked up by the side of the Vikings. It's early days into the game, but boy, oh boy, are they charging ahead.
Yeah, you look at it, Herald picked up. Noxian Blessings all but assured now, given how much prep has been done on these towers around the rift. And once again, it's the same two targets that die almost immediately for PSG. That's Karsa and then into Woody. The rest of the team left scrambling. Arja with pretty much full health and dominance popped. Can all but do nothing. You just can't do anything but stand in the wings and then run.
Oh, it's a bleak situation. PSG are staring down the very hallowed halls of a 0-8 record after the start of the 4th week of games.
Which is criminal, especially given that the Chiefs still have a win to their name.
And less losses.
Yeah.
Only 6.
Only because they won't have played today. That's tomorrow's issue.
Yeah. Ooh. Not able to connect. Kratos will be able to secure himself this tower. There's more gold into the pockets of this Ambessa. Sitting very comfortably, getting awfully close now to getting themselves on the board with that Spirit Shojin. Arjun not even close to his second item, despite what isn't a massive gold deficit in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, he was up for a good long while as well. That one rough fight, gets caught, dies off that tower dive attempt. Okay. Maple's like, yeah, cool, shove the way, but okay, never mind, I'm going home. As soon as Dibbers has just dropped in his face, a 3-0 and 4 Annie.
Yeah, 10 stacks on the Dark Seal as well. It's a rough go at it for the time being. It's a rough time to be in the PSG boot camp or as a fan of them.
Which is crazy given that through the mid-season, these two teams wouldn't even have been in the same sentence in a conversation.
The Dragon taken up by the side of Vikings. Maple will answer back on this top side, maybe with a tower. It looks like it will be given. So a little bit of gold back for the Rise as he works towards that Seraph and maybe even has it off this recall.
It's Dragon number 2 taken with an Ocean Salt. Could prove a little bit problematic going into the later stages of the game, especially if Soul is taken by Vikings, which, I mean, given the trajectory that they're heading in this game, this emote's getting a lot of value.
Style has arrived in the mid lane to vacuum up the minion wave in 4 short autos, which will most likely be the continuation of it. Kuri's jungle is no longer his. It is in fact, oh no, takes the big one. Has the Rift Herald as well. Keep in mind, Vikings still not placing that down. It would be a ticket into getting this mid lane tower. As I say it, placed immediately. Teleport also being utilized here for Cardi to rejoin his team as he finishes up that Bloodleader's Curse. And now this tower is but the remnants of. Tower answered in the bot lane as well, and Maple with the round warp gets himself out of dodge from Guri, who was quickly collapsing on his location. Now, still fighting back in terms of these objectives. 2-2 the towers, of course, mid lane tower, very, very important. Archer with a lot of pressure in this top lane could maybe try to find some avenue in for the strength that the Renekton has against the Ambassador, try and find some play on the other side of the map, but for the time being, just disjointed. Realistically, for the entire split have been PSG so far.
Yeah, I mean, Maple, at least he is still keeping that econ generating. Flicker Blade's done now for style. So while already in a position where he's doing a lot of damage, he's going to be continuing that trend. 2 items done for Betty, fully stacked up. That Immune. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, he's just being completely hounded and hurt. Okay.
Oh. Yeah, you can't walk into those unscathed. You're ahead in the moment, Guri, but you're not so ahead you can just sit there and take the brunt of the Corki's damage. 2 items online. Corki definitely spiking at this stage of the game. Not really that far ahead at the moment as style, but admittedly doesn't need to be on the Civet.
Yeah, look at he's still chipping away at him.
The fact that Betty's even behind is really, really bad for the state of this game. Again, it's not the Corki of old, not that AP Corki where the package comes through roaring in one shot to team. More of an early game strength on this current Corki, rather than the late game it used to be known for.
Anakan live down in the bot lane, but despite the lead that Vikings have for themselves, they're not in the greatest of positions to threaten that.
Yeah, 2K not the be-all end-all, but this could be the fight that might end it all, as Woody's going to have to flash away. An important summoner utilized for the Rel does find their mark. It's a nice glacial fissure, as Carson may be committing too much, but Maple's here to output a lot of damage, and Betty much the same.
Oh!
This could be what they're looking for, as the shutdowns are coming through. That's 2 quick gold injections for Betty on the Corki, as Kratos is the next target. Going forward, trying to find more, not going to be able to do so, but it's important kills, it's important goal, and another Khan being started up. Maybe given a breath of life into the PSG Talon camp.
Yeah, unfortunately, Vikings don't learn from the lesson that Guri did not that long ago, which is just do not take the full force of those Corki rockets at this stage in the game. That was a huge amount of damage onto Style. I mean, you look at it, they chase down Woody and Carson, they commit very, very deeply, looking to try and find that advantage here. They get the kill onto Woody. Carson pops the ultimate, so is denying a decent chunk of damage. And then Betty walks up, boom. Look at that damage onto Style and Guri. Health bar there, 1 second, gone the next.
Yeah, a lot of gold for the Corki. Again, a potential avenue in, far from over. But a breath of life, as I said. Unfortunately, Betty loses the red.
Pranked. A 3,000 gold lead brought back to nigh on even. Still down about 600, but a far better shout than they were minutes ago.
Yeah, still the dragon spawning 25 more seconds. Woody no flash, a very important summoner, while Style, Cardi and Kratos have kept theirs. It's a lot harder to look for these fights with the Rel when that summoner is gone. The dragon spawning, it would be the 3rd, it would be soul point for the Vikings. Again, they lead the series 1-0 at stake. Guaranteed spot at playoffs. Higher seed heading into playoffs.
Guri doesn't pull that trigger onto Woody. They've fallen for that trick before. On the hunt.
On the hunt used. Carson's going to pop the ult immediately, but he's stunned up and everyone's in there. That's Carson down. That's Woody down. Betty, can he survive? He's having a Valkyrie away. Flash. Gets him out of the public execution, but an absolute wipe as 2 for 0 comes across our screen, and the 3rd dragon will follow.
Not just that, but Aja over the wall pops the Dominus and then doesn't even commit knowing full well that it is too little too late. The one big boon, at least Maple is keeping these waves shoved in, trying to pressure, trying to generate that eco so that he can be that powerhouse that this PSG talent roster needs. And you look at it, Casa woefully deep here, just oversteps, goes the long way around, and he's split off from his team.
It's so odd. It's so disjointed of this PSG lineup, and I mean, as soon as Casa's found, there's nothing to be done. I mean, realistically, and I mean this seriously, and of course they're getting punished a lot harder, but the PSG are looking, in current form, worse than the Chiefs. The Chiefs have looked more on the same page than PSG are looking here, and a lot of these attempts at objectives.
It's just, oh boy.
Betty's going to be knocked up. Remember, he does not have the flash, but Guri's all alone. Arjet might have found the angle. You wanted a big performance out of him, and he's right place, right time this time round to make sure that jungler on the side of the Vikings is shut down. But now, cool, you've got the kill. What do you get for it? And they're looking towards the Baron. Woody's flash almost up, but the turn is going to be a whole lot harder until that is there. Style clears out that mid wave, and Betty as well as RJ going to come to answer the Baron. Certainly not on the cards.
Yeah, I mean, the flash engaged there from Cardi as well. A real threat, so they just can't do it. Yeah, look, Casa suffers a bit of a lapse in judgment. Unfortunately, Guri, not necessarily a lapse, just a bit of an overestimation of his current standing in the game, gets caught out and isolated.
For sure. I mean, the big problem, at least in my opinion with it, is that, sure, that all happened, but at least for the Vikings, they got the Dragon.
Yeah.
All that PSG got was a bit of gold, which, yeah, is nice in the current situation, but it still isn't putting them ahead. It isn't buying them time. It isn't giving them any room on the map.
Yeah.
Great dodge of the sweep.
Yeah, you can see what he was trying to do, but unfortunately the team was just nowhere near in terms of being able to support that.
Yeah. Set up by Arja dodging out the sweeper, not being caught by the edge of it, so Guri had no knowledge of his presence. Lapse of judgment, of course, to have foregone the opportunity or the possibility of Renekton being there, being he wasn't on the map. Collector third for Betty. And again, shopkeeper Boris is almost single-handedly winning this game. Not really, but I think that is a criminal collector. I guess just trying to find an angle to one-shot style. I guess it makes sense, but there's a whole lot of girth to try to get through before you're there.
Well, yeah, TSG not in a position where they comfortably think that they can contest this. They're just going to let it go down, and that is tower number 3 for the Vikings. 2 minutes out from Dragon Salt. Baron live, so there is a chance that that could be the trade.
Yeah, but, I mean, Vikings aren't going to want to trade it.
Yeah,
There's no reason for them to.
Infinity Edge done now for Style.
Yeah, and that's where the tipping point starts to very handily swing the way of the Sivir. Of course, gets stronger with that armor pin coming through, but at this stage, the minion waves are going to die immediately. If she has any uptime whatsoever, we'll just be shredding through the majority of PSG's health bars. The setup's there, the front line's there. It's impossible, almost, to perceive a way that PSG can even get through the Braum.
18,000 damage.
Yeah, it's cheating, though. It's gawky.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when Israel does the most damage.
Well, 28 minutes into the game. The current standing could be a lot worse. Yeah, that would have been just, I think, game there.
Maple just, wait, that's Sivir ult.
Yeah.
Style Sivir ult down. Now Maple is level 17. He's got his death cap now. He's very, very strong. I mean, bold of him not to go for the Zhonyas, but if he does have freedom to hit, he will be doing a lot of damage. And that is the scaling champ, as it were, for the side of PSG. So, I mean, it's critical for Vikings to find a way to get atop this rise and settle him down in the team fights. But if Maple is able to navigate it, he could very rarely take over this game.
Absolutely. Cardi not far off his Rabidons. He's got the 2 needlessly large rods. Dragon, less than 20 away now. This is where that fight is going to be brewing.
It's important for Vikings to note where Woody is. He's the only way onto that back line. Betty doing reasonable amounts of damage, and Cardi, he knows he's not spotted. He's trying to wait for an angle. A flash Tibbers could seal the deal. If Betty goes down, if Maple goes down, it's almost certain that Vikings have booked themselves into that contenders group. But for the time being, it's PSG first on this dragon. Carson staying in the pit. And Vikings trying to fight back with some control.
Kratos!
A lot of damage onto Arja, but Domina's still there. He's not feeling all that hard done by. But you see PSG, they're peeling away from Dragon. More control over the river, given over to the side of the Vikings. And Cardi biding time. Keep eyes on the Annie. The Annie is so critical here for the Vikings. The Ralph for PSG. They pop it! And Woody goes forward! And oh no! We've gone wide! The Ocean Soul picked up for the Vikings! Cardi will get annihilated, but still just nearly get enough damage off. Betty staying alive, shutdowns there. It's going to be a triple kill for the AD carry of PSG, and only Guri surviving for the Vikings.
I am just so perplexed by that fight. It starts so horrendously for the Vikings. They still bring it back, and then Betty, just the damage output that he is bringing is just unscratchable for the Vikings.
I mean, you'll see it here.
They flash, two-man flash. Well, one-man flash and the Shulong as well. Into the stun from Woody. They blow Cardi up. And Betty is in touch the entire fight. You look at it, flash stun onto Style. He's gone. Kratos sends it in. But all he's doing is giving Guri the clearance.
I mean, for as good as that fight ended up going, right, Woody is able to stop the flash Tibbers just somehow. I mean, you can't predict it. It is sheer timing that was just lucky for the side of PSG. Able to stop that flash engage from Cardi. Cardi is so low. Despite using the flash, Maple misses a single Q. He misses the Q on the 1 HP Annie, which buys Cardi the time to get the Tibbers off, to get the rotation off, and cuts Maple's HP down to single digits. They take him out. If one Rise Q had have landed that went wide, that could have very rarely been an absolute ace for PSG, but unfortunately, what happens. Sealong's going to flash away. Baron control afforded to the side of PSG here, but you can see the side of the Vikings aren't going to be willing to just let them hit this. Guardian Angel now is there in the back pocket for Betty. No Infinity Edge this game, meaning his damage isn't going to be as high as it possibly could be, and enlarged because of that Collector. On the hunt, going to be popped. Style, can he get the uptime? Caster's getting low. He's in the thick of things. He's going to get stunned up. And the uptime's there! Kratos straight in the back line. Peeling out immediately as Woody is in the front as well. Style gets his first. Can the ricochets keep coming? The Ocean Soul's there. Double kill for the Sivir. Sealong will connect on the Winter's Bite, but they don't have the confidence to continue going forward. Now there is no way back into this Baron pit for PSG. It is going to be the Baron. And boy, oh boy, is this looking very likely that we're going to see the Vikings go up with their VCS brothers and CFO, as Sealong has died mid lane.
Yeah, he just loses his mind. Betty collapses. I mean, a great read, but no cleanse on Betty. He uses it to try and get away here. And on the hunt's popped. Caster gets isolated yet again. Does try and make something of it here, but into the back line goes Kratos. Completely splits that fight. Woody has to waste everything that he can, holding Guri off. And Aja, unfortunately, the sacrificial lamb with the amount of CC. And then, the Winter's Bite catches onto Betty, pops the cleanse just to get away. And then I suppose we'll just never know what really happened to Sealong.
Mind control.
I think it was Betty in the study with the candlestick.
Well, I mean, it's a disastrous scene here for PSG. We are
but still
very
not
quickly
game.
Getting to...
That's the crazy thing. Betty is still hitting that hard. He might just be the avenue back in.
Yeah, possibly, but they are... I mean, they're against Ocean Soul. They're against a Sivir at 4 items. It would take a monumental throw.
And Guardian Angel on Guri as well. Warden's Mail picked up by Kratos. So.
Oh, Guri.
Oh, that is.
Oh, Guri.
This is espionage.
It's fine. Woody spots it out.
What are the odds that there's a Wukong in this brush? Well, turns out there was.
Shiver me timbers, he was. Big one not doing damage through the spell shield. RJ getting himself a bit of gold there. Gold a little less meaningful at this stage of the game, but still important.
Seeker's arm guard in the back pocket for Maple.
And the flash forward,
Oh!
Cardi's found his way on the Biddy. Biddy hasn't yet. Guardian Angel, Casa trying to create some space, but Maple on the side. Can he get the final kill onto Guri? It doesn't look like it, but Biddy's being run over. It's an absolute freight train, and Vikings are the conductors.
With the Baron up, they are dropping everything. The Hanwha Life emote coming out there as well. And Vikings just running rampant over PSG. And this is just an absolute mind-boggler.
Dominus there, Maple still a lot of damage. Arja's getting completely annihilated. Down Maiko style. No, the final tower shot will not connect. And Maple V5 will not be able to do it. It's going to be the Vikings. It's going to be the VCS up against CFO in our contenders group as PSG are yet to find a win.
Winless and knocked down into the breakout group. What a far cry from what we expected coming into the 2025 LCP season. Vikings absolutely ran the rift with their play style and season kickoff. That was then denied them in the mid-season. And they have climbed their way into the contenders group here all the way in the season finals.
0-8. Well, that is where PSG unfortunately find themselves, as Kratos there on your screen. A fantastic series from him, a fantastic series from the entirety of the roster. And PSG, they have to work something out, and they have to work something out quick, because their next game is but 2 days away.
And suddenly, the finals for this split becomes all the more exciting on home turf, with 3 VCS teams all guaranteed a spot in the playoffs. That just feels like vindication.
It does. They still need to get there, though. They're not guaranteed to be in that top 3. But boy, oh boy, does it give them some good odds. We are steering in contenders bracket at literally CFO against Vietnam. It is them alone against every single team from the VCS. And keep in mind with how relegations work, one of the 3 teams that is at the top of our league is going to go against one of the teams from the VCS currently, which looks like it might be Dino. That's a pretty, I mean, I'm pretty insured that these 3 VCS teams will be making it back, but this was the fight that did it. Betty, he lost his cleanse, you pointed it out. He comes back, Tibbers just beats his head in.
Yeah, and then Kratos off the TP, straight back in, gets the last chip of damage.
Boy, oh boy, what a fall from grace.
Absolutely. An absolute stunner in the mid lane.
The same team, the same org, with 1 player changed from last year to now, that has gone from the beginning of the year, where in the start of our first season kickoff, our first split, they were first in the standings up until the very last game day. And now we are staring at them. They're in the breakout group. They're in the bottom 4, fighting to even make playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy scenes here in the LCP. It really does give you the mixed bag.
Yeah. Chiefs won more games against the Vikings than PSG did.
Yeah, I mean, Chiefs have more game wins in general
than
PSG talent, who have yet to get on the scoreboard. That's criminal.
What a crazy place we find ourselves in. And once again, it's an absolute timeless classic. We dive the Ambessa, and it doesn't work.
Yeah, and in fact, he picks up a double kill for himself and limps away. And again, Guri proving why he's such an integral part of this team. You look at it, they just beeline in, completely look to zone out Carter. They denied him the ability to play the game so many times throughout this matchup and throughout this series even. Again, straight in onto him. By the time he actually starts getting abilities off, he's pretty much dead to rights anyway.
A disastrous start.
This was a bit disastrous for the Vikings, but because Betty is such a powerhouse at this stage of the game,
we were able to bring this instance back. a little bit into their favor. Of course, Betty picks up, I think, 1 shutdown. No, it was 2. So he gets himself the 2 shutdowns. Important goal onto him, but I mean, he was doing damage. You got to give him credit to that.
He was.
And I mean, this series was really the only one making it competitive a lot of the time.
Yeah, Aja really just struggling to find his way into this game meaningfully. He does get the one opportunity a little bit where he flashes onto Style and allows Betty to get that kill, but I mean, you look at it, like, this was probably the weirdest situation for the Vikings this game, where Guri was just a little bit too deep. The team wasn't in a position to catch up, and they didn't realize that Arju was sitting in that brush waiting. And this is where it just spiraled.
I mean, watch this. Watch Maple's Q. This game could be so different if this one Q doesn't miss. But unfortunately, it does, and Tibbers is allowed to come out.
I mean, this was the best shot they had back in.
Okay, nice.
I think it's very telling their understanding of the game state when they finally win a fight and there's still not a celebration.
Yeah.
Just the simple, low-spirited, nice. I mean, this was the fight that preceded what we just watched.
Yeah, and it really is this moment here that ultimately seals the game's fate. We just missed seeing the cleanse go out there, but then boom, Cardi rips that cord straight onto Betty. If he has the cleanse, unfortunately, I think the damage is just that crazy that it doesn't really matter if he has the cleanse or not. Absolutely. But potentially it just gives him that opportunity to get away from more.
And a quick night of LCP today as GAM very, very handily take it to SHG, and the cleanest 2-0 we might have seen so far this split. Followed by the Vikings, who, I mean, much to the same, had a very, very clean series against PSG, although there were signs of life coming from the PSG camp. It was not enough, and they still go wanting for a singular win here in the season finals.
Yeah, I mean, from the team that coming into this year, everyone had pegged as the big bag boss of the LCP to now, who would have thought? And I mean, we are going to get that matchup crazily enough. The two teams in the season finals who have yet to win a series will duke it out.
They will. The 17th of August, so not tomorrow. Tomorrow we will be having CFO Vikings and then Team Secret Wales up against GAM. It's a classic, a VCS derby. And we're actually going to get quite a few VCS derbies.
Just wild times.
Yeah.
Wild times. That is the bracket that we have. But tomorrow, I'm in, look, Vikings, if they thought Talon was going to be a hard matchup, unfortunately, their welcoming into the contenders group is even harder.
Yeah, about the hardest welcoming to the contenders group you could possibly ask for as CFO. They are absolutely on one. I think they've dropped a singular game, if memory does serve me correctly. But, I mean, that's all what we got to look forward to tomorrow. Now, before we go, I want to quickly point out that starting next week, we're actually going to have the OPQ highlights before the show. But thank you so much once again for joining us tonight. It's been a fantastic night at games. It's a quick night, but very telling of where our teams are currently standing as we head later on into our year. Now, we will see you tomorrow. Thank you so, so much.
I'm no stranger in the night. When you call, I'll be out rushing by. And when my light is lit, oh, I'll come out, sit by your side in the moonlight. And I can be your real lows in your eyes. When you call, I'll be there by your side. And when you need a friend, you can have my hand. Give me your thoughts and all of your sighs. Just tell me when, whether at midnight or 4 a.m. You can trust in me to answer. No, I won't skip a beat. Just call me over, over. drape your washed eyes and listen to your favorite tunes, and I'll stay awake till sleep overpowers you. Yes, I will stay awake and fight the demons at your door, scraping pickled jars as we watch the cars until the morning brings the dew. Oh, just tell me when, whether at midnight or 4 a.m., you can trust in me to answer. No, I won't skip a beat. Just call